Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I am Raisa Bibi, representative of Halal Research Council. I would like to warmly welcome you all in one-day specialized online training on halal food safety that is organized by Halal Research Council. Let me give you a brief introduction of our organization. After that, we will start our session properly. Halal Research Council is an organization working globally on halal certification in order to cater the needs of food and nutrition agencies and side by side non-food agencies, especially in the FMCG sector. We are providing different services like in R&D and Sharia board advisory. We are providing halal food certification. We are organizing events and different trainings. Before any further delay, I would like to invite our honorable speaker, Sheikh Muhammad Isa. He is the prominent Muslim scholar based in Tanzania. He serves in a number of Muslim organizations as the first Deputy Secretary General for the Muslim Scholar Organization in his country. He is also a Secretary General for the Islamic Foundation and Sharia Board member for the Islamic Foundation. And he is also a founder of and the executive member of Center of Islamic Finance, and Advice, as well as Awqaf Tanzania. Very warm today's training, and thank you so much for your availability. Now the floor is yours. You can share your screen and start your presentation. Mr. Muhammad Isa, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, sir, your
Hello?
voice is audible to us.
Yeah, can I share my screen, please?
Yes, you can share your screen and you can start your presentation.
Okay. Yeah, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace and blessings of Allah be upon our beloved Prophet. Welcome all to this very important forum today. And I will be taking over this session until we break for tea. And then after tea, we will continue with the second part, which is on halal food production. But now we are going to introduction of halal industry. In this presentation, we are going to talk about the halal itself. That's what does it mean when we say halal according to Islamic Sharia. And also we will talk about the concept or the basics of halal concept in Islam. And we will speak also about the modern era. Today we've got the halal industry. And then we will go into the global halal markets to see the facts and figures as they are currently, and also projections, how they will be in the near future. Also, we will speak about the potential of the halal industry, the potential of the halal industry, and then we will talk about, and finally we are talking about our faith as Muslims. It's one of the basic teachings of Islam. The word halal itself is derived from an Arabic root word, halla, which means he permitted. Yahillu, he permits, or he is permitting now. And then halalan or halal means permissibility. What is permitted in the law, the Islamic halal, and the opposite of halal, as you can see, is haram. So we got the sole authorizer or the sole authority to prescribe, to decide what is halal and what is haram is the creator of the universe himself. And he says in the Holy Quran, وَخَلَقَ لَكُم مَا فِي الْأَرْضِ جَمِيعًا. And it is he who created for you all of that which is on earth. It is he who created for you all of that which is on earth. In chapter 2, verse 29. So from this verse, there stems the permissibility of everything, because he says it is you who created for you. So if Allah created for us all what is in the universe, it means they are all halal, they are all permissible to us, except when Allah prohibits something, he gives instruction to his messenger he reveals in his book. The basic teachings of Islam tell us that everything has got permissibility, tells that this thing is now impermissible, is now haram. So the Sharia maxim on this comes saying that aslu al-ashya'a al-taharat wal-halal. That is the basic origin of all things, is that they are clean and they are permissible, they are halal. So this is the basic teachings of Islam concerning halal and haram. Now, when we go further and analyze what is the Sharia maxima I spoke about, which says وَأَصْلُ فِي الْأَشْيَاءِ الطَّهَارَةُ وَالْإِبَاحَةُ, the nature of all things in the universe is being clean and permissible. It shows that halal is not only food and drinks. From this saying, that nature of all things in the universe is being clean and permissible, or being halal and permissible. So it shows to us that when we talk about halal, it doesn't mean only the food and drinks. That's why Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that which Allah has made permissible in his book, in the Quran, is indeed permissible. And what he declared impermissible, that is haram, it is indeed haram. And that which he kept quiet, there are things Allah kept quiet. He didn't say whether it is halal or haram. The Prophet, peace be upon him, tells us Allah has done so as a mercy to you. This hadith was narrated by Tabarani, showing that there are things also which Allah did not say whether they are halal or whether they are haram, but actually they are for the human being to use. But those which are clearly prescribed by Allah to be haram, they are the ones to watch, because the remaining, the rest will be halal. When we see there is haram, then the rest will be halal, except if we go down further and look on the halal haram code in Islam. In the Sharia, it shows that first we have got halal. This is the basic. Everything is halal. Everything is halal. Then after halal, you move further, you get what is known as mandub. Mandub is a recommended thing. You see, it is recommended. And then we have mubah. Mubah is what is allowed. Everything from halal to mandub to mubah, Muslims can indulge in them. They can use them. But the two remaining, these are the ones to watch. In the halal haram code, there is makruh. Makruh is something which is detested. But most people confuse. They think that makruh is detested, something which is detested, not loved, not liked by fellow human being. If something is detested in the Sharia, it is makruh in Allah. It's makruh to God, makruh to the Creator Himself. He said, وَذَلِكَ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ makruha. And that to Allah is something which is detested. So detested, Muslims should not touch them, because Allah says He detests something, we should not touch it. And finally, there is this final border now, which we should not go beyond. This is known as haram. Haram or mahadhur or mamnur, something which is impermissible, which has been forbidden. This is the ones which we should watch out more closely. Now let's go to our modern era halal industry. How did it come about? The halal industry is really a recent phenomenon. It's something which began in earnest for the halal food by Muslims in the Western countries. In the Muslim countries, there's no one who was concerning about what is halal, and trying to establish halal sell points. There was no point, because 99% or 100%, the whole nation is Islamic, and people are eating their food in a halal way always. But when the Muslims went into contact with the Westerners, they are in the Western lands, they had to seek for halal food, because all the other food around was haram. So this is how it begins. In 1960s onwards, migrants, Muslim population begin to settle in the West, especially in France. They demanded for halal meat. The demand for halal meat increased, and in the 90s, there was an emergence of Muslim consumer mindful of what they put on their plates. And the specialist butchers begin to develop locally to sell meat, specialist butchers, where meat is sold. And then the product range diversified and globalized within the agri-food business. So there was agriculture and food. These were the basics whereby we got the first halal sales of halal consumers in our modern world. So you see, it began by the quest from Muslims, by the want of Muslims who are living in the Western countries. Halal became a commercial quality label. And as a socio-economic phenomenon, products bearing halal stamp were originally considered specific to non-Muslim countries. Because as I've said, in Islamic countries, like in Turkey, in Pakistan, in Saudi Arabia, and other Muslim countries, Indonesia and Malaysia, everyone was eating halal food, drinking halal drinks. So there was no point of establishing specifically halal labeled commodities. But these happened in the non-Muslim countries, in the Western countries. The first generation immigrants were especially keen to observe the customs and food traditions of their home country. This is written by Rodia in 2014. He said the first generation of migrants to the Western countries, they were very, very keen. They were very careful to preserve their customs and the food traditions which they were used in their homes. And this was very important development. So, although the Quran does not forbid eating the meats prepared by people of the book, food prepared by Jews and Christians, as it is in Surah Al-Ma'idah, وَأُحِلَّ لَكُمْ طَعَامُ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ. And it is permissible for you to eat food of those who were given book before you, which means the Jews and Christians. So the Muslims were living in a majority Christian countries, and the Quran allows them to eat food of the Christians, but the food eaten by Christians were considered as questionable. They were considered as questionable and potentially contaminated by coming into contact or by being mixed with unlawful products such as pork. So the Muslims were very keen because they were eating the restaurants, you know, the plates and all the other, the cooking utensils. They are cooking pork, they are cooking also cow meat and whatever. So Muslims were very concerned that their food will be contaminated. That's when they begin to seek halal labels, halal restaurants, halal food. And this happened in the Western world, as we have seen. Can please the host take care of those people who are joining, because they are stopping my screen. I cannot see some of the text when this pop-up comes now and then. So I request the host to be taking care of those people who are joining us, because now I see in the room there are 5 people waiting. They have to be cleared, and they are clogging my screen. So please, someone be keen in taking care of this. Everyone who coming in the waiting room should be taken care of before, because I can't read my text properly. So at first the Muslims sought an alternative, and their alternative was to go into the meat slaughtered by Jews. This is known as kosher meat, because Jews, as you know, they do not eat pork, and they do not also eat dead animals or unslaughtered animals, and their meat is known as kosher. So Muslims' first alternative was to go into the Jews' butchers, whereby they can buy kosher meat. And as the standard of living in the host countries, standard of Muslim who are living in the Western countries increased, their consumption of meat also increased. And therefore the demand of halal meat now became very apparent. And the Muslims by themselves, until then, they reserved only for special occasions. You know, the meat slaughtered by Muslims were only reserved for special occasions where they were allowed to slaughter the animals, especially in Eid al-Adha or in Eid al-Fitr. Therefore, meat became a maker of social and financial success, and it began to be served on a daily basis for the Muslims who were living in the Western countries. So such new eating habits, it is from such new eating habits which it triggered a boom now, an eruption for Muslim butchers' shops, whereby dhabiha, meat which are properly slaughtered, was sold. And in 1970s, for example, in France, they were mainly owned by families. These butcher shops were mainly owned by families, and the majority culture pigeonholed them as ethnic and exotic shops. So the majority culture, which means the French people, they called these Muslim butchers as ethnic or exotic shops. But these were honestly, it was the beginning of the halal industry as we know today, because the halal industry actually began with food. Even before the Islamic banking and finance, it was food which was a major issue for the Muslims who were living in the Western world. The phenomenal reputation of the butcher, a member of the community, was enough to guarantee it was halal. Originally, the halal meat. The Muslims around that community accepted him as being what enough, that this one we guarantee that the meat is okay. But little by little, Muslim consumers were seen as able to control their bodies and their sense of belonging to a community through what they put on their plate. So behavior of Muslims, you see, they were behaving well in the Western countries, and those people in the Western countries begin to see that maybe the Muslims were behaving well because of what they are putting on their plate, because they are eating halal meat. And this is the fact, because they say a human being is what he eats or what she eats. You are what you eat. If you eat junky food, you will have junky mind, you see? So if you eat haram food, you will also be doing haram things. people eating pork. Yeah? The pig has no any shyness. It doesn't feel shy for anything. That's why people who eat pig meat or pork or bacon or whatever, they do not have any shyness. They can do anything. That's why they can go, naked in front of the people, and they don't feel anything at all. So the Muslims begin to start looking for what is halal for them. In 1990s, we are talking about the modern era halal industry. How did it evolve? In 1990s, health crisis happened in the Western world. The first was the mad cow disease. Those who are old enough, they can remember. There was an eruption of mad cow disease in Europe, and also foot and mouth disease, which were affecting animals, which were to be eaten. So these two development forced the meat processing industry to focus on halal meat, on dhibha meat. And this was under pressure from the public. Now the public here is Muslims and non-Muslims. They all demanded more guarantees for their health. And where they will get guarantees, it is when they slaughter their animals using the Muslim slaughtering guidelines or the Muslim slaughtering laws. So this happened in 1990s, and it was a very big push to the halal industry, very big push to the halal industry. The price of meat fell when mad cow disease happened. The price of meat fell in the abattoirs, and abattoir is where animals are slaughtered, the place where animals are slaughtered. Abattoirs were equipped to produce halal meat, and therefore meat quality improved. Now, not only the Muslim could use halal meat, even the non-Muslim now. They found themselves using halal meat or buying halal meat because the food industry answered the call of the society. The arrival of the halal in the industrial chain, halal meat in the industrial chain, was not without consequences. A simple religious slaughter practice became controlled process subjected to hygiene and quality standards, what are known as halal control points. We will see them in our second presentation. So here you see Muslims now have gained the acknowledgement of the society, of the authorities, and they were now eating what is the religion told them. But could they make sure that these abattoirs are following Islamic guidelines? This is the most important thing we will learn, because the topic here is the halal guidelines in Islam. So there were standards. They begin halal bureau and halal agent companies out of that, in order to make sure that the standard of meat is what is proper. These halal certifying agents of halal bureaus in the Western countries, and these have increased to several hundred all over the world now. So the halal bureau did not begin in the Muslim countries. Halal bureau began in the Western Christian non-Muslim countries for the quest of Muslim living there, and then the population demand on the halal meat. And this is how halal industry began. The modern era halal industry began with the food industry, especially meat. Nowadays, halal concept is spread to clothes, halal clothes, halal Islamic banking and finance, halal pharmaceuticals, halal tourism, halal. There are many components of halal nowadays, but that is how it all begins. Now you can see in this diagram here, the components of modern halal industry. You know, how complex the halal industry is today. Down here, you have Islamic finance. You see, Islamic finance, and then we have pharmaceuticals and personal care cosmetics. Then we have, going to the left, you have tourism and hospitality service. We have even today halal tourism. You have ingredients and additives and food and beverages manufacturing. Here is very important, because that's where they put most of their haram things. You will see it's very shocking if you learn how many things we are taking for granted to be halal. They might be having contamination of ingredients or additives we are not halal at all. We have logistics and transport shipping, which is halal, labeled halal, because they transport meat the transport food, and so on. You have food service industry, which is the one we are talking about when you talk about the food industry, halal industry, the food service industry. We have meat in food service industry. We have meat and poultry. You have fish. You have food and product retailing, and you have research and development. You have standards and auditing, and also laboratory analysis, because any halal bureau should actually have a laboratory whereby they can go and test, finding various objects or various things if they really do not contain haram things in it. There is also training and consultancy like Al Huda is doing now. This is also part of the halal industry. So you can see how halal industry has grown up to become a multi-component industry, which simply begin with the halal food in the Western countries. This was our first part, first and second part, introduction, and also is concerning the modern era halal industry. How did it begin? Now let's go to the halal global market now. Halal global markets. In this part, we will try to see currently how the global market for halal is. The global market for halal is. Demand for an international halal standards have grown. And this is partly due to the international import-export economic ties between non-Muslims and Muslim countries, and also due to Muslim initiatives. Muslim initiatives everywhere now, Muslims are looking for halal. So this has made it bigger for demand of international halal standards. Economic ties, the world now is like a village. There are economic ties, business, international business between Muslim and non-Muslim countries. So products moving from non-Muslim countries to Muslim countries, they are, so even the non-Muslims now are the ones who are leading in the halal industry, because they need to sell to the Muslims. And then all Muslims will never buy things which are not halal. The global halal industry as a whole is estimated to be worth around 2.3 trillion US dollars. Huge amount of money, 2.3 trillion US dollars. And this one is exclude $2.3 trillion going faster. Halal industry, apart from Islamic banking and finance, halal food, halal meat, halal tourism, halal cosmetics, halal pharmaceuticals, they are growing faster in the market of halal than Islamic banking, because they are growing at the rate of 20%. So the growth rate of halal apart from Islamic banking and finance is 20%, double the growth rate of the Islamic banking and finance. You can see how it is important for this industry. The halal industry is no longer confined to food and food-related products, as we've said. The current realities of the global halal industry are characterized by increasing demand for halal industry, in addition to opportunities offered from recent global development in the market. There are many opportunities. But what are the factors driving the growth of halal market? Number one is the sizable and growing Muslim population. The Muslim population is growing at the rate of 1.8% per year. Currently, the Muslim in year 2021, Muslim population in the world, global Muslim population, is 1.9 billion. So if this one is growing at the rate of 1.8%, it means the target market, which is the Muslim communities, is growing at that rate. And second factor is the growing economic development in the Muslim countries. They're increasing GDP, they're increasing income. Then this increasing GDP it causes increasing purchasing power among Muslims. And if the people's purchasing power increase, actually they will seek to buy things which are interested to them. Now look here, the global Muslim population is shown here. In North America, the Muslim population is 0.2%. In Southern America, what is known as the Americas, Brazil, Argentina, and Puerto Rico, Nicaragua, the Muslims is 0.1%. If you go to Europe, the Muslim population is 2.7%. In the Middle East, the Muslim population is 19.9%. In Sub-Saharan Africa, the Muslim population is 15%. When we talk about Middle East, we include the MENA countries, Middle East and North African countries, which are the Arabic countries. So Sub-Saharan is where the Black people are, is 15%, the Muslim population. But the biggest Muslim population is in the South Asia and Asia Pacific, 62.1% Muslims, more than where Islam originated, where Islam was revealed. Pacific region have got greater number of Muslims than we think. So if this, it shows therefore the global halal market potential will increase as well. The last factor is the emergence of potential halal market in non-Muslim nations and the halal industry player in non-Muslim nations. The halal market is no more limited to food sector, as we have said before. Its potential has extended to include cosmetics, halal tourism, halal pharmaceuticals, halal medical. It includes services sector components like logistics, because if you get halal tourism, halal cosmetics, halal food, halal pharmaceuticals, halal medicine, you got other related components attached to them. Logistics, because they'll need transportation. Marketing, it will be there also for halal. Print and electronic media will be there. Packaging for halal will be there. Branding for halal will be there. Financing for halal will be there. So halal industry and its potential grows exponentially year after year. The integration of ethical values along with religious values opens up the boundary of halal industry from 1.8 billion Muslim consumers to bring them to non-Muslim consumers as well around the world. So the ethical values, people are now valuing their ethics, looking to buy things which they go according to their culture, which they go according to their ethics or ethnicities. So the potential of the halal industry is really big as far as the data are concerned. There are certain factors that drive the rapid growth of halal industry globally. These factors include, but they are not limited to the following. The factors include, number one, Muslim population around the world, as we have said. Number two, the GDP growth of Muslim countries, because most of them, they've got oil, you see, or they are industrialized like Malaysia and so on. Emerging halal markets, these new ones like the cosmetics, halal cosmetics, halal tourism. This is the one driving the halal up. The Muslim lifestyles offerings, now Muslims are changing back to their roots. They're changing back to Islam. They want to wear Islamic dresses, to eat like Muslims. And also the growth of halal ecosystem, the halal ecosystem. These driving forces, however, also indicate the underlying opportunities of halal, the underlying opportunities of halal industry in the global economy. Now, if we try to look here, the Muslim population projection from 2012 to 2050, I don't know if we'll be there. You and me, we don't know. 2012 to 2050, the Muslim population is like this. In 2012, the Muslim population was 1.8 billion. In 2030, it is expected to be 2.2 billion, which will be 26.4% of the total world population. Now we are at 23.8%. But in 2030, the Muslim population will be 26.4%. And in year, which will be 30% of the total population, signifies that the halal industry will continue to grow because there will be extra mouth to feed, there will be extra bodies to clothe, there will be extra people who want to travel. And look here, the Muslim countries with the highest GDP, the Muslim population, highest GDP. You can look here how it ranges. The Indonesia has got the highest GDP, highest GDP Muslim countries in the world is Indonesia, followed by Saudi Arabia. Now you can wonder yourself why Indonesia has got the highest GDP, why it doesn't have oil and gas like Saudi Arabia, like Emirates or like Turkey. It's because Indonesia is an industrial countries, upcoming industrial in various economic ventures. Arabia, Turkey, then Islamic Iran. So you see Kazakhstan is there, number 13. And you go Qatar and Morocco. These are the top 15 Muslim countries with highest GDP. So where there is highest GDP, if you look also, even the population almost goes like that. Even the population. Highest GDP, Indonesia, it has got population of it's got the greatest population is 228.27. So this is the factors driving the halal economy. Now, the following section, we'll be talking about the potential. Before we go to break, we'll be talking about the potential of the halal industry. The potential of the halal industry. We say the potential of the halal industry and the Muslim population, whether in the West, whereby Islam is the fastest growing religion, or in the Muslim countries. So when we have the growth of Muslim population, it means we have an increasing number of the underage. The underage called as millennial. The millennials, Generation Y, they are driving the factor in the growth of economy as well as global halal industry. It is them who address the needs of Muslim millennials, and they set brands by bringing changes across the retail economy. Because they go to buy, they want to buy Islamic dress. If they want to eat halal food. If they want to travel, they want to travel in a halal way. And they are driving force in terms of entrepreneurs, in terms of innovation, the software, for example, the computer knowledgeable Muslim young men, they want to have Sharia compliant computer software. They are going into the fintech, the financial technology, innovation, and potential in strength. So you see the millennials are driving the halal market up. Those who are 18 Muslim. Another fact, it is now well accepted by non-Muslim consumers as lifestyle of choice because of the values promoted by the halal industry. The halal industries promote values like these ones: animal welfare. During slaughtering of animal in the Western world, if it is a pig, it is hit by a heavy hammer on the head, bam, then it dies. Or they are doing stunning. Stunning is electrocuting the animal. They electrocute the animal. When the animal is losing consciousness or when it dies, that's when they cut the head off. So, but Muslims, during slaughtering animals, as we can see in our second topic, the guidelines for halal food, the animal should be fed properly. The animal should be taken care of before slaughtering it. No stunning, no heating. So this compassion and mercy of Muslims to animals before they slaughter them, they are attracting non-Muslims. Also, the corporate social responsibilities of the Islamic organizations, where they slaughter, for example, for udhiyah, like the coming Eid, the adahi, these animals slaughtered for Eid al-Hajj, they are distributed to poor Muslims, to poor people, distributed to anybody, to Muslim and non-Muslims. So when they eat that meat, they see difference between the meat they eat and the meat slaughtered by Muslims. They are attracted to halal industry. The environment friendly, also Muslims are environment friendly. They do not grow agriculture products with, the Muslims take care of Muslims. Ethical investments like a magazine called Pacific, driving the halal industry up. By 2027, we talked about millennials. Those are 18 and above age Muslims. By year 2027, the millennials are set to be 2.8 billion of the world population. These are now Muslims and non-Muslims. The millennials will be 2.8 billion of the world population. And these are the core consumer force because they got money, they got passion to spend. If someone is at 50, 60 years, he has no passion to spend. He's just waiting to have a retirement program and live a peaceful life before he dies. But those who are 18 years and above, they're the driving force in the consumer market. At the same time, the generation Y of the B is 0.7 billion. So it's like what? It's like 25% of the world youth will be in the Muslim countries with an increasing average of 28.2, which is less than the age of global young population. So it's according to Latif. Latif wrote this in year 2017. So this driving force of millennials is very important. And as the fastest growing religion in the world, Islam population is projected to be the most popular religion by year 2070. 2050, we saw we will be 30%. By year 2070, Muslims will be the greatest religion in the world. Inshallah, those will be there. Maybe you will be there as well. MashaAllah. So this is a significant something to note in the halal industry. If Muslim will be the majority of the world population, it means the market for halal industry is there. It is sustainable. You can have a continuous, but for Islamic halal industry, it means the population of Muslims will increase and the Westerners or the non-Muslims are liking more and more halal food or halal commodities. It means the market of halal potential is great. Besides Malaysia, other countries like China, Thailand, Indonesia, Singapore, Korea, Philippines, Australia have already tapped on the market. These are, besides the Indonesia and Singapore, which are the Muslim, they've already tapped in the market of halal. And many more non-Muslim majority countries have also realized the potential of halal. In fact, countries like Brazil, you'll be shocked. Brazil, Australia, New Zealand, Italy, India, Germany are occupying the top 10 position in the global Islamic economy indicator. There is a global Islamic economy indicator measuring every indication of halal things. So for halal sectors, these countries, if you go to Brazil, it will be meat. The largest meat export in the world is Brazil. Now look here, the high potential of halal food, for example. Here is the Muslim population. The largest Muslim population countries are there: Indonesia, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Turkey, Egypt, Iran, Nigeria. But you go to China, also it's got large Muslim population: Ethiopia, Algeria, Morocco, Sudan, Afghanistan, Iraq. Now the highest purchasing power is in the Saudi Arabia, then followed by Turkey, Iran, Malaysia, Qatar, Russia, France, Libya, UAE, United States of America, Algeria, Singapore, Indonesia, Egypt, and Netherlands. These are the highest purchasing power as far as halal food is concerned. Now you see, most of them are not Muslim countries. And this is a good sign showing that halal will be there for us to stay. I hope we stop here for a tea break. Maybe question for tea break. When I understood that according to our agenda, we will go for tea and at 10, I suppose. I mean, it will be at 12 in Pakistan time. If I'm mistaken, maybe the host can correct me, but I was thinking to stop here before we go to facts and figures, because now this will make us move further into the halal market. But we can take some few questions before we go for break, if the host allows it. Now back to you, host, if there is anything you can tell us.
Yes, sir, we can take a question answer session. Dear participant, if you want to ask any question, you are surely freely ask from the speaker. Yes, Abdul, you can ask your question from the speaker and unmute yourself. Hello, Abuzar Nifsat, are you listening me?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, walaikum salam. You can ask your question from speaker.
मैम मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि is there any industry for halal certification in which the student can do jobs?
Yeah, if I understood well, you're asking if there are any halal certification, which are known also as halal bureaus. Yeah, in many countries, there are agencies or halal bureaus, and in some countries, the halal bureaus are well established and there are big, like say halal bureau in Pakistan, halal bureau in Germany, halal bureau in UK, halal bureau in South Africa. They are more established and they've got also chances for employment, depending on the requirements. And therefore, it remains for any student in whichever country he or she is to find out if there are any halal bureau or halal agency in his or her country. But yes, there are. Yes, any question? There are 3 people who raised their hands. So sister, can you help them?
Talat Mahmood, you can unmute yourself and ask your question from the speaker. Hey Talat, are you there? Okay, I guess he is not with us. So Numan Aslam,
Maybe
you can
in
ask
the
your
chat
question.
room. In the chat room, maybe are there no
Sure,
questions in the
sir.
chat room?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Is there any app for halal industry to connect people?
Is there any
Application?
application? You mean a software?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah,
To
it's
connect people
software for
globally.
halal. They should be. Okay, can you continue, please? Brother, do you hear me? Can you continue to ask your question?
Dear Talat Mahmood, you can ask your question, please.
Sorry, actually, I want to know about how can I get the affiliation with this organization?
How can you know the affiliation with what? Sorry, I didn't hear you well. Brother, you are asking affiliation with what? With Al Huda or with Halal bureaus or with whatever?
Hello, I can't hear. Your voice can't clear.
Sir, there is a question in the chat
Yeah,
box that in Europe, how can we convince them to do their product halal?
in the area where there are more non-Muslim than Muslim, that's what he or she means. Yeah, how we convince them to do their product halal, especially in Scandinavian countries? Well, in Scandinavian countries and any other Western countries, if the Muslim communities are now properly oriented or they're properly arranged into Muslim communities and they are registered in the municipalities, therefore they can go to the authorities and ask them that we are Muslims and would like to eat food which are according to our religion. And most of the countries in their constitution, they've got this religion or freedom of religion. So using these constitutions, and they can try to ask the authorities to allow them to have the halal food. Jews in those countries are allowed to have their halal food. So similarly, Muslims should be allowed to have their food. And I've seen another question there. It says, my question is, how are we preparing us as Muslim nation towards halal products and services, as majority of food products and services are being manufactured and offered by non-Muslims? I can say this is the mother of all questions. It's the mother of all questions. As we can see in the coming part, most Muslims do not even know about this thing, halal industry, because they take for granted what they eat. But when they go to non-Muslim countries, that's when they will begin to feel the pinch of not getting a halal food. So it is first on the part of our Muslim scholars to try to raise the awareness of the Muslims in our countries to know about the importance of halal products, because as you can see in another part of our program today, there are daily products we use which are contaminated by haram food. Just imagine a toothbrush, of which the brushes are made using hairs from pig skin. And you admire it that these toothbrushes are very soft. You don't realize if the softness is coming from pig. You know, in pharmaceuticals, the drug coatings are coated by some pig's ingredients, and we use them. So it's very important for the Muslims, especially nations, to take the realms, to take the steering wheel of the halal industry, because the most top 10 countries which are dealing with the halal are not Muslim countries. So how can we allow this to go on? How can we be sure that we will eat what is halal? And Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam says in a hadith, بِئْسَ قَوْمٍ يَأْكُلُ مَا لَا يَزْرَعُ وَيَلْبَسُ مَا لَا يَصْنَعُ. It is a very, very unfortunate community which eats that which does not grow. It doesn't mean people who are living in town, they are unfortunate. It means people are where they can cultivate and they are not cultivating. They are expecting for food handout from other people. The Prophet said these are bad people, and those people who wear which they do not manufacture themselves. So the Muslims countries have become like just like a supermarket for the non-Muslim countries. They are dumping their products there, and most of these products are non-halal compliant. So we should make sure that our nations are going to take care of these halal industries because our population is increasing. So we must make sure that we feed our people what is halal, we clothe them what is halal, we transport them in a halal manner. If it is an aeroplane, there should be no alcohol inside a Muslim airway companies, you see. So it is unfortunate that the Muslims are unaware of the food they eat today. Yes, someone wrote there. Unfortunately, even in Muslim countries, people lack awareness in food they eat. Yeah, that's very true. Even here in Tanzania, in East Africa, where I am, people, they go and they find the meat is being sold there. Maybe here it's very famous, known as mishikaki, the one which are put on the sticks. So one buys and eats without knowing whether it was halal slaughtered or not halal slaughtered. So this was very important question. Thank you so much. I think it's up. Time is up now for break, sister.
Yes, sir. Now we have to take a 15 minutes break. And I want to make an important announcement that certificates will be awarded to those who will stay with us till end of the training. Now you all can enjoy the break of 15 minutes. We will meet again after 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, sister.
Yes, welcome back, sir, after break. And dear all participants, welcome back after break. And now, sir, there are questions in the chat box. Can you answer the question?
In the chat box, there are some questions.
Yes,
Okay, let
there
me
are
check.
some questions in the chat box.
Can you read the question, sister?
Yes, I can read. There is a question that is there any proper mechanism if any halal industry certified after getting halal certificate then continues haram product manufactured and using halal tag?
It says there is what?
Yeah, I can repeat my question that is there any proper mechanism if the industry get halal certificate and after getting halal certificate the industry continues haram product manufacturing? Is there any mechanism to capture this?
Yeah, that's why there should be the Halal Bureau. Yes, there are mechanisms. The mechanism is for the halal certifying body in that country to have some inspections now and then into all those people who have been given halal certificate to make sure if they are still abiding by the regulations of halal. So being certified with halal certificate alone does not give you a guarantee now that you are producing things and you are making them halal label that they should be left as they are. So inspections should be done, and these inspections are sometimes abrupt, no any information, sudden inspection into those industries and to make sure that they are abiding by halal standards.
All right, thank you so much. There is another question that some countries accept the machine slaughter and some of the countries accept hand slaughter. Which one is acceptable for the international standard?
Yeah, I think we hold those questions about the halal food until we go to the second part of our presentation, which will be actually about the halal food production proper. So all questions which are concerning the halal food, slaughtering, using standing machine, using hand or whatever, should wait until we go to the second part of our presentation. Now we are dealing with the introduction to the halal industry.
Sure, thank you so much. You can start here and you can continue your presentation.
Yeah, can you enable me to share my screen because my screen was paused?
Yeah, sure. Wait a minute, please.
Is it being seen, the screen? Yes.
Yes, your screen is now visible to us.
As I said, let's go now to the other part of this presentation, which is the facts and figures in the halal industry, the facts and figures. Current Muslim population, as we said, is, because it is a target market, is 1.9 billion, which is 24.9% of the total population, and it is increasing at the rate of 1.84% per year. And this is according to Muslim population in the world record. As the consumer size is increasing, the market size of halal industry is also increasing at an annual rate of 20%, with a value of 560 billion a year. This is the increase of the halal market And this was recorded by Pacific Magazine in the year 2010. And it seems that, according to the situation now, the Muslim countries, non-Muslim countries, have realized the importance of halal. Opportunities and potential growth of a halal market. And they are putting effort to lead in this sector of the world economy. Likewise, as they are putting effort to lead in the Islamic banking and finance, although they're still lagging behind, but these people have got a target to be leading halal products producing countries. As someone noted in the chat room, that it's unfortunate even the Muslim countries, the leaders, are not aware of what is happening in the halal market. The firm's Global Business Policy Council, there is Global Business Policy Council, this is a company, a multinational company. It conducts global halal growth analysis. It found out that spending on halal products and services is set to almost double globally by year 2023. Can you imagine an industry doubling? In 2012, the halal market accounted for only 1.6 trillion of consumer spending worldwide. But in 2017, it made 4.5% of global consumer spending at a value of 2.1 trillion. So increased from 1.6 trillion into 2.1 trillion. And it jumped from having a small percentage, and it was 4.5%. With the market predicted to reach 3 trillion by 2023, which is just 2 years ahead. So you can see the global halal market is growing at an exponential rate. It grows at an exponential rate. Here you can see impact during the COVID-19. We should have expected the halal industry, halal market to shrink. But look what happened here. In consumer staples, the consumer staples sector will see positive impact due to COVID-19, because now people are using, those hand washing and whatever. COVID-19 outbreak, and it is expected to register a high growth rate compared to the global GDP growth, consumer staples. You go to the market impact, the pandemic impact on the market, the halal. The market impact, this market will have positive impact due to the spread of COVID-19, because now people staying at home, they are eating, and what they need to eat should be halal food, and there is no much traveling, and when they go, they make sure they are moving into the halal realms of lifestyles. So the global halal food market in 2024 to 2019, it is like this. Market growth will accelerate at a CAGR of over 7.7%, that is growth per year. And incremental growth will be USD 624.52 billion between year 20 and 24. The growth for 2020, we are in 2021, the growth for 2020 was 4.47%. So you can imagine that the growth of a global halal market is so much positive, even during the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, countries like Brazil, Australia, and Singapore, they are in the list of top 10 countries with GIEI, that is Global Islamic Economy Indicators. They score many points in halal food market in 2017 to 2018, although they are non-Muslim countries. Non-Muslim countries, Brazil, Australia, and Singapore, they scored a higher percentage than even the Muslim countries. So this is a wonder of Islamic halal. If you go to Islamic banking and finance, it is in the Muslim countries whereby the growth is big. But the opposite is happening into the global halal market other than Islamic banking and finance. Food, for example. You see non-Muslim halal food leading in the non-Muslim non-Muslim countries leading in the halal food market. In the halal food industry, the largest market is meat and poultry. Meat here, it is cow meat, can be goat meat, can be sheep meat, but poultry also. It is the largest market in the halal food is meat. Surprisingly, the non-Muslim countries are leading in halal food, meat halal, which is the most dangerous one, because meat has got very stringent rules and guidelines to make sure that they are halal. But you see, non-Muslim countries are leading: Brazil, New Zealand, and Australia. They're leading worldwide in exporting halal meat. So at the same time, they are the biggest poultry. Brazil and Argentina, they are the biggest poultry producer in the world, according to Nur Ain Mujar in 2015. While the halal industry exhibits its potential growth globally, the Muslims, like someone noted in the chat room, Muslims lack awareness on halal and the potential of this industry. This is a sad story. So this forum should be taken seriously, that we are dealing a very serious issue as far as our religion is concerned. Non-Muslim countries taking lead in the production of meat. This is not to be desired by any Muslim at all. Now look here, facts and figures. Where does halal meat come from? Look at this figure here. Non-Muslim majority nations are the main source of global halal meat products. Brazil is leading, $5.19 billion. Just imagine, Brazil is netting in $5.19 billion in a year by exporting meat and poultry. What if this money would have gone to a Muslim country? Australia follows, 2.36 billion. You know, most of the sheep which are slaughtered in Mecca during Adha, they are coming from Australia. India, 2.28 billion. France, 0.8 billion. We are talking about halal meat coming from France. Up to this moment, these 5 countries, there is no Muslim country. China, 0.7 billion. Sudan and South Sudan, now that's where we begin getting. Sudan is selling most of the cow are coming from Sudan and South Sudan, 0.63 billion. Netherlands, non-Muslim country, 0.59 billion. Spain, non-Muslim country, 0.56 billion. Somalia, a Muslim country, 0.47 billion. And Turkey, a Muslim country, 0.4. Out of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, top 10 countries, we find only 3 Muslim countries, 7 are non-Muslim countries. So this is very, very dangerous. Halal meat coming from these ones. Now you can see the global halal components. We are talking about components, not meat now. When you talk about global halal component, Islamic finance also is there. Islamic banking and finance, takaful, food, fashion, media, recreation, pharmaceuticals, travel and tourism, cosmetics, and so on. These are the components of halal. When we talk about halal, we should speak of it on a broader sense, not only meat. We are talking about halal now. The Islamic finance, banking and finance is the largest in the halal industry, 53.23%. Food, halal food is the second, with 28.89%. Halal fashion is the third, 5.97%. Halal media creation, 4.64%. Pharmaceutical is the one to be targeted by Muslims. If we cannot be self-sufficient in our medicines and drugs and pharmaceutical instrument, it means because people to get sick is natural. Natural, more than eating. Eating, sometimes you can eat just being careful, but getting sick, you will be subjected into getting drugs and treatment. So pharmaceutical is 1.9%. Travel and tourism, 3.99%. This is just after media and recreation. And then cosmetics is 1.3%. Now, this is the global facts and figures and concerning halal components. Islamic banking and finance is the leading up to this moment. For all the Muslim countries, it's now the essence of time to identify and realize the opportunities and potentials of global halal market for the Muslim countries. and for the Muslim in general. We're not talking about Muslim countries only, Muslims in general, entrepreneurs. Those people have got cash they can invest. They should think of investing in the halal industry, and they should occupy the leading position of producing halal products worldwide. The awareness of the opportunities is to be made at all levels, including governments. We're talking about Muslims, Muslim governments, Muslim academics, Muslim business entrepreneurs, Muslim corporate industries, Muslim policymakers, member of parliament, and so on, politicians, as well as the consumer themselves, the Muslim in the streets. They should focus on how to make the Muslim countries to be major halal products producing. And moreover, the issues of challenges facing halal industry should be identified and addressed by policymakers, researchers, academics, and the governments and respective authorities. So knowing this thing is very, very important for us to make sure that we are dealing with this in a proper manner. Now, the movers of the halal components. When I say movers, I mean those components which help very much to move the halal industry up. We have, can the sisters, the host, please help me in clearing the people waiting in the room, because they are just covering my screen. I can't see properly. The host, please help me. Those people are coming to join us. Clear them as soon as they come in. Now, if you look on the global halal component movers, we have food and beverage. Food and beverage. Food and beverages, and in the year 2016, in the year 2020, beverages, food billion shillings, but it will be up by halal travel will be up to and the modest fashion, the fashion, halal fashion will be up to 373 billion. Halal media and recreation will be up to 291 billion US dollars. Halal pharmaceuticals will be up also to 132 billion US dollars, and halal cosmetics will be up to 82 billion US dollar from 57. So you can see there is also an upcoming of the halal component movers. These are the movers. These are the moves, the one which will move the halal industry, which are not Islamic banking and finance. Here you cannot see halal food, because halal food is natural. It was there. It's the major component of the non-Islamic banking and finance halal components. The halal food is the major. But here you see food and beverages also taking lead in these halal movers. You see, therefore, these facts and figures help for those people who want to invest. The market is there, the market is there. Now let's go to halal food demand in Muslim countries. We'll finish our presentation, this presentation with this part, you see, and then conclude and then take your questions. In halal food demand in Muslim societies, in many countries around the world, the industry players have a lot of campaign that creates indirect awareness on halal products and services that result into the halal market force. So there are campaigns and advertisements, awareness raising. Consumers around the world are becoming aware of the importance of halal, not only in terms of food consumption, but also the ethical values integrated to it, what is known as Muslim-friendly tourism. Muslim-friendly tourism, modest fashion, logistics, pharmaceuticals, and many others. So the consumers are becoming aware that we have also halal tourism. $1 trillion business in halal industry is the result of these emerging consumer needs. It is evident that Muslim majority countries like Malaysia and Indonesia in Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and other non-Muslim countries are also leading in the index of the global index of economy of the Islamic countries. So we will still see the positive upcoming of the market, and the demand for food for the Muslim societies will continue to grow. And this is because the Muslim population, as we have seen, will continue growing. The halal industry has extended its offering into lifestyle fields like halal dining and ensuring halal restaurant and Muslim-friendly hotels and tourism. They are there. Although Muslims will remain a minority group in Europe and America for some time, but they will constitute a growing share of total population not long years coming. The Euros from 44.1 million in 2010 to 58.2 million in 2030. And in the Americas, the number of Muslims is expected to double during the same period, because Islam is the fastest growing religion in America and the Americas as well. When you say America, I mean USA and Canada, and with the Americas, it is the Southern America. The sizable and growing Muslim consumer market across the globe will continue to fuel, will continue to encourage the halal industry into double digits growth and creating a plethora or creating a multitude of opportunity in the market for halal food products and halal services. The halal food market has grown strongly over the past decade, and it is now worth an estimated $667 million halal food alone, $667 million. Many food economists predict that the halal food industry will become a major market force in the near future based on the four prevalent trends. There are four trends which will drive the halal food industry to be the major force. Number one is this population of Muslim growth. Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world, and therefore the demand for halal food will be there to feed this extra mouth. And the annual growth in the consumption of halal food is estimated at 16%. 16 to 20%. It's a modest, it's a great growth. Secondly, the increasing trend of consuming halal food products. This is another factor which will make the halal food, industry to grow fast. There is a tendency of consuming halal food products for ethical and safety reasons by non-Muslim consumers. So the non-Muslim consumers will increase the number of people in need of halal food and halal products because they see it is ethical and safety. Doctors are talking about the hygiene advantage of eating a slaughtered meat by Muslims. And they say if one eats meat which is not slaughtered properly, this meat is not safe for human consumption. So such research by doctors are pushing non-Muslim into going to halal food. In the United Kingdom, for example, there are over 2 million Muslims, yet there are 6 million consumers of halal meat. You see, the number of Muslims in UK is 2 million, but the computers of halal, consumers of halal meat are 6 million. So it's more than double the number of Muslims. You see, double the number of Muslims. 4 million are non-Muslims who are eating halal food. So you can imagine how potential is this market. In the Netherlands, non-Muslim Dutch consumers have shown market interested in halal food. In this Netherlands, if you can remember, it's that country whereby the Prophet was, demeaned by people, by a politician. Still, people which want halal food, there were total demand. It was estimated to reach about $3 billion on a yearly basis. It's in Netherlands. Halal growth projections like the figure shows here, market by region. In North America, it will be low. It is low. In Europe, it is moderate. And this is 2020. And in Asia Pacific, it is high. And then the major market players between 2020 and 2028 will be these major food companies, multinational. Nestle, Cargill Incorporated, Al Islami Foods, and QL Food SDN BHD. These will be the major market players in the food and beverages industry between year 20 and 28. And the market products, if you see halal meat and alternatives, they will make almost 40%, and the remaining will be made by, it was year 2019, it is like that. But year 2028, you see it will be 80%. This is halal meat and alternatives. And not only halal meat and alternatives, you also have got halal milk and milk products, because even milk should be considered to be halal, because if you have milk of impermissible animals is not halal. So the milk which is halal is of cow, but even it should conform to halal standards, that it should not be mixed with people or with things which are, or ingredients maybe for preservation which are not halal. So halal milk and milk products. In year 2019, it was about 20%, but then it will increase. Halal fruits and vegetables, also halal grain and products, others, traditional retailers, there will be an increase up to 42%. Supermarkets and hypermarkets, now they are indulging in halal production. There's also online sales of halal products is also increased as well. And not only that, other halal components, like we said, cosmetics and all the other, they will also be projected to increase by year 2028. Now, so we saw the second factor is that the increase of the non-Muslim to halal products. The third factor is rising halal consumer power as the market force in conformity with the growth of the Muslim population in their rising disposable income. So the Muslim population purchasing power increases as the economic GDP country increases. Therefore, this is another factor which we hope it will increase the demand of food in Muslim communities. Finally, there is great awareness among Muslims on the need and necessity to consume on halal food. And the evidence is your participation in this forum today. If you are not interested in halal and halal food, you will not have been in this forum today. So your being in this forum today shows that there is an awareness now. The Muslims are coming up and knowing their role. A good example of such increasing consumer awareness in the rapid rise in the annual sales of halal food through Russia, Muslims in Russia, and the growing demand of halal products between 30% and 40% annually. This is in Russia, in those provinces like Chechnya and others. Until a decade ago, halal food products were offered in traditional corner shops and butchers. And the halal market has witnessed a universal shift in demand and supply chain of halal food products. They are increasingly made available in Western style grocery stores, including supermarkets and hypermarkets and supermarket chains and hypermarket chains. So those people have got high standard of life. They want to go to buy things from the supermarkets and hypermarkets. And even if they go there, they have to look. If you go to a supermarket, you ask them, where are halal products? They will show you. In many Western countries, the supermarkets and food producers are starting to reach out to Muslim consumers by offering a wide set of halal food products. And they put a big logo there, halal products available here. So you do not get trouble of looking for halal products when you go even into the Western world. This is the picture in 2024, how the projected global halal food will be. Market growth of halal food is expected to accelerate at the rate of 7, and incremental growth will be $624.5 billion. This will increase that much, and it will be 4.47%. This is global halal food estimated in that year. And you see, the fragmented is with several players occupying the market, as we said, Brazil, Argentina, China, and so on. And 51% of the growth will originate from APEC countries, Asia Pacific. The Asia Pacific countries So when you say Asia Pacific countries, we mean Australia and Singapore and Thailand, even China, we go there. So one of the key drivers for this market, for halal food by 2024, will be increasing consumer expenditure on halal food. As I've noted, I've told you that even non-Muslims are now being interested to buy halal food, and they're thinking Muslims are behaving well because they eat halal food. And it is true. You are what you eat. So this is a projection according to TechNavia, they tell us what will be in year 2021. By conclusion, we are concluding this introduction to halal industry. From the market perspective, the traditional major target markets remain to be in Asia and Middle East. This is how it is. However, halal markets in the UK, Europe, and USA will see their roles in the development of the halal market significantly enhanced, as they are markets that play defining roles in other markets in the world. You know, other markets in the world, UK, Europe, you know, and USA, and generally the Western countries, they are the major market players in other markets in any product in the world. So if they are like that, if they are geared towards halal market, it's sure their impact will be big as well. And also, this will bring halal into the global mainstream when the Western countries and non-Muslim countries, they are indulging more in halal. It will bring halal into the global mainstream. The dynamics within the Muslim world change, and globalization trends continue to shape consumers' tastes, consumers' habits, and spending patterns across the world. So this will also have impact on the halal industry. It is highly likely that the developing halal markets will have increasing influential roles in the established markets of Middle East and Asia, particularly by influencing global corporate halal strategies. And also, many cosmetic products containing alcohol, which is deemed haram according to Islam, and animal sourced components considered to be impure. So when the Muslims discover the products which will contain alcohol, even perfume, now there is halal perfume, because perfume, they put alcohol in it. And that alcohol in it is to help the perfume not to evaporate, to help the perfume to evaporate and spread. So when someone is just sitting, people near, even not near him, will smell the perfume. So they put alcohol in there. And now Muslims, when they discover that they put alcohol, they will not buy the alcoholic perfume. They will buy what? They will buy halal, non-alcoholic perfume. So the many cosmetic products containing alcohol, which is deemed haram, and animal source components, which are additives and ingredients of food and beverages, will be avoided by Muslims, which making sure that they will want to buy halal food and the halal cosmetics and the halal other products. So growing concern is about animal derivatives. The animal derivatives ingredients, such as gelatin and collagen. Gelatin is obtained from the stomach of pigs, you know, and collagen also from the stomach of pigs. They are used in cosmetics, for example, in lipsticks. You know, when the women put lipstick, they don't know inside the lipstick there is collagen or collagen. Collagen and collagen. Why do they put the ingredient from pigs, from pork? It's because, you know, a pig is an animal which has got fats, and those fats are not easy to be emulsified. They are not easy to dissolve away. They remain for a long time. So they put it in the cosmetic so that the lipstick will remain on the lips of a woman for a longer time. And unfortunately, most of our Muslim sisters, they do not understand this. So people understanding that there are these non-Sharia compliant ingredients in food, in cosmetics, in pharmaceuticals, in drugs, they will push the Muslims and non-Muslims even to buy more halal food. So the halal label on cosmetics and beauty products appeal to consumers seeking integrity and authenticity in the cosmetics and personal care products. There's personal care products like, you say, cosmetics like soap, like perfumes. These are the personal care products. Most people will turn into halal labels in the coming years. although the concept of halal cosmetics is very new to Muslims, there is a growing demand, especially for conscious Muslims, conscious consumers who are becoming more selective in their choice of personal care items, choosing, for example, toothbrush, choosing of toothpaste, choosing of perfume, choosing soap, even body lotions. All these things, there are people becoming aware because they know the ingredients which are not Sharia compliant there. And so by choosing this, they choose to buy their money in cosmetics and beauty products which fit their religion and their cultural requirements. With these comments, we end up our presentation, first part of our presentation here, and I hope we will pick up with the second part after some 9 minutes. If you will so allow our host, if there are some questions, we will take them now before we will break for say 5 minutes in order to separate this topic and another topic, and then we'll begin the second topic, inshallah. Jazakumullahu khaira, and if there are any questions, I'm ready to take them now.
Yes, sir, there is a question in the chat box that
the question in the chat box,
yes, there is a question that gelatin is doubtful. It is obtained from the animal bones. Mostly it is obtained from the pig bone, that obviously it will be haram. Otherwise, it will be halal.
Sure. If it is obtained from halal animals, it is halal. We will see in the second part of halal food production how gelatin from halal animals is halal and that from pig is haram. Okay. Someone in the chat room, can write your question here. Yes. I think there are no other questions in the chat room.
Yeah, yes, sir. There is one more question, that why Muslim countries purchase meat from the non-Muslim countries, even they themselves are the producer of meat.
Pardon, can you repeat?
Yes, sure. There is a question that why Muslim countries.
Sister, can you repeat the question? I didn't get it well.
Yes, why Muslim countries purchase meat from the non-Muslim countries, even they themselves are the producer of meat. Sir, did you get it, the question?
Yeah, you say why they purchase, Muslim countries purchase meat from non-Muslims, even they, last part, even they what?
Even they themselves are the producer of meat.
You see, the globe, the world is connected, interconnected, and there are some trade agreements between countries and countries. I think that thing happens politically rather than religious-wise. And say maybe the McDonald's is selling their burgers in most of the countries in the world, and they've been forced to sell halal burgers. I was in Malaysia, and I found one a burger shop. They were selling burger, but it is labeled halal. Now the question is, who verifies if that is halal? If the country halal bureau is set properly, actually it will certify all the products coming into that country, even if it is from non-Muslim country, to make sure that they abide by halal. When you go to the second presentation, you will see how strident the rules are. There are what known as halal control points, especially in meat and meat products. They should be fulfilled, the halal control points, during the slaughtering and after slaughtering, and even during the transportation. There are rules which should be followed. If they are not followed, that food will be declared non-halal or impermissible. So buying food from non-Muslim countries is not prohibited, but it should be done with this idea of halal and haram. So there should be a mechanism to verify if those products are halal. But if the country is self-sufficient, and there are very few countries which are self-sufficient in meat, maybe like Sudan and Southern Sudan and our country here in Tanzania, they're self-sufficient. But still they import meat which are packed meat, meat which are packed. These are the most dangerous to be contaminated because you don't know how they do the packing. We will see during the second part of our presentation how is it important to watch even during the industrial production of meat and meat products.
मैडम मुझे एक क्वेश्चन करना है, कब से मैं हाथ खड़े कर रहा हूँ. मैडम मैं पूछ सकता हूँ?
Yes, Mohammed, please speak in English.
Okay. Sir, this is Niaz Muhammad from Afghanistan. So it's been very informative session, introduction to halal industry, halal global markets, and all these necessary information. It was quite informative. Sir, I have a question, sir. We here in Afghanistan, we are exporting different food items from different countries, mostly from Brazil, Russia, and China. And these are mostly the non-Muslim
You are
countries.
importing.
Yeah. We are importing our products from Russia, Brazil, and China. My question is, for example, we are importing sausage, and most of the food product, they don't have the halal logo. So what does Islam says about this particular position? If we are unaware of something, for example, there are a lot of products we are unaware of whether there is halal or haram. This is a kind of towards the Sharia. What does Islam says? Whether we stop buying that products? If so, as we need these products, so we are supposed to have these products in our daily life. Most of the products here in Afghanistan, which has been imported from different countries, such as I mentioned earlier, Brazil, Russia, and China. We have the link with them, so they are importing products to us. So what does Islam says, whether to stop buying these products, or is there any alternate, or one person is eating something like he don't have any idea, unintentionally he is eating such products. So what does Islam say? This is my question, sir.
Yeah, that's a good question. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Am I audible? Are you listening to me? Yes.
Yes, we are listening to you.
Yeah. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, "Al halalu bayyinu wal haramu bayyinu." What is permissible is known according to the book, and what is impermissible is known also. Wa baynahuma umurun mustabihat. Between halal and haram, there are things which are mustabihat. Mustabihat, things which you are not sure whether it is halal, whether it is haram. What Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam directs us, he says, وَمَنْ اسْتَبْرَأَ بِالشُّبُهَاتِ فَقَدْ اسْتَبْرَأَ بِدِينِهِ وَعِرْضُهُ. And whoever avoids even those things which he or she is not sure of whether halal or haram, this person will have safeguarded his religion, and safeguarded his own integrity. So here it's a clear directive from the Prophet. If you are not sure if this is halal or haram, detest it, abstain from it, but do not encourage others to stop eating it, because it is now individual. It's an individual individual decision. But for a country like Afghanistan, 99.9 maybe Muslim, they should have, the scholars, the ulama, should have considered about this. That's what we say. Most majority Muslim countries are not aware of this thing, halal and haram, because they take for granted
Dear participants, there is a network issue from speaker side. So bear with us, kindly wait a minute. Yes, Muhammad Isa, are you available?
Yes, I'm now available. It was a problem with connectivity. Okay, I was saying that for Afghanistan, you need to have a setting that the products, it's not only Afghanistan, any country, we should make sure there is at least a halal bureau, which will be safeguarding the Muslims against these foods which are imported. Because as I've said, during the production, there are many things which can be added into food to make them haram. So I think for you, if you're an individual, abstain yourself if you follow the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because he gave it to be an individual matter. Faman istabra'a, man there means an individual. And one who avoids that which is doubtful, then he has safeguarded his religion and his integrity. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you so much. And now, before any further delay, you can start your second part of presentation.
The second presentation of halal food production, okay?
Yes, sir. Okay, please share your screen also.
Okay. I'm sipping a glass of water. I hope the screen is being shared for all to see.
Yes, your screen is visible to us.
Yes, is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Sister, is the screen visible? Can I continue?
Yes, your screen is visible to us.
Thank you. Now, dear participants in this very important forum, we are now entering into the core of this forum, the halal food production in Islam. the halal food production in Islam. We will talk about as introductory, and then meat and poultry products. We will talk about dairy products, and fish and seafood, and also cereal-based products, if time allows, and food ingredients, and then cosmetics, and we will end up, talk about pharmaceuticals and tourism. But this is if our time allows, because it's very broad. Segment is, as you can see here. Here you can see food is making 62%. That's why we should talk about this. 62% of halal industry segment is composed by food. Then follows, very surprisingly, it follows media and recreation. It's 10%. Fashion is 13%, and then traveling, tourism is 8%. Pharmaceuticals, it is 4%, and cosmetic 3%. Now, to the left of you, you can see what I'm talking about. These are meat, and you go and see them, your saliva begin, even now your salivation may begin by just looking at the picture. But the second thought should be, is this halal? Was it slaughtered in a halal way? Not only buying any meat, you see. So it is important to start considering on those ways. The food industry, like any other industry, responds to the needs and desires of consumers. People all over the world are now more conscious about food, about health, and about nutrition like never before. Because these non-communicable diseases like obesity, they've made people to be more conscious on what they eat and their health, manners and nutritional behaviors. And this is so partly because of health reasons. Many more research are being published now, alerting people that are interested in eating healthy food that are low in calories, low in cholesterol, low in fat, low in sodium, low in sugar. So many people are interested in foods that are organically produced without the use of synthetic pesticides, that is organic food, and other non-natural chemicals. They want to eat organic food, no fertilizers, no pesticides, no genetically modified food. The ethnic and religious diversity in the world has encouraged the food industry to prepare products which are suitable to different groups, such as Muslims, Jews, Seventh-day Adventists, Chinese, if you go to culture now. The first three are religious: Muslim, Jews, Seventh-day Adventists, because these three religious denominations, they've got their particular teachings in their religion, what to eat and what should not be eaten. Then you go to cultural one, you have Chinese. If you now go to Western to European countries, you find Chinese restaurants, Japanese restaurants, Indian restaurants, Italian restaurants, Mexican cuisine. So these kind of cuisines, which are coming from different cultures, are now present in the world, and they are concerning food. And Islam is the world's second largest religion. Behind Christianity. But it's also the fastest growing religion now to be 1.9 billion. And Islam is not merely a religion of rituals. It is a way of life. Rules and manners govern the life of an Muslim. And eating in Islam, it's just like prayers. What you eat and how you eat is ibadah. It is an act of worship, and you get reward, thawab from Allah. Therefore, this mentality expects Muslim to have the Quran commanding the messengers, Ya Abad, A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajim, Ya ayyuha rusulu, kulu min tayyibati wa amalu salihan inni bima ta'maluna alim. In Surah Al-Mu'minun, chapter 24, verse 51, Allah commands the prophets. It said, oh, you prophets, eat of tayyibat. Now, this is second thing. Muslims do not only eat halal, they eat also what is tayyib. So it is halal and tayyiba. They should be combined together. Halal and tayyib. So he commands the Prophet saying, eat mina tayyibat. That from what is tayyib, what is good. Wa amalu salihan. And then do righteous acts. Inni bima ta'maluna alim. Verily, for what you do, I am the ever watching one. So this is the command to the prophets. Now let's see what he commands the believers. To the believers, he commands the same, like he commanded to the prophets and messengers. He says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kulu min tayyibati ma razaqnakum. O you who believe, you eat what is tayyib, we have given you a sustenance. Washkuru lillahi, and give thanks to Allah in kuntum iyyahu ta'budun, if you verily worship him. Now you see, eating here is being counted among the ibadah. In kuntum iyyahu ta'budun. If you indeed worship him alone, then eat what is good, what is halal. So Muslims follow the Islamic dietary code. And the foods that meet this code, the dietary code, are called halal, lawful or permitted. The Muslims are supposed to make an effort to obtain halal food of good quality, not only halal, because Allah says what? Tayyibat, halal tayyib should be combined. So obtain food which is halal, but also what is of good quality. Do not just eat because you are eating. You eat what is halal and what is simple, as many people think. It's not a matter if it is a religion. It is an obligatory foods and drinks. For non-Muslim consumers, halal foods often are perceived as especially selected and processed to achieve the highest standard of quality. That's why they like halal food. Hence, many people are now turning into halal food, even if they are not Muslims, as we've seen in our earlier discussion. However, the question remains, are these food labeled halal really halal? Yes, that is a big question. And what extent is it in Sharia perspective? How halal? Why? Originally, by nature, it is halal. Maybe it is cow meat. But how was it slaughtered, handled, can make it haram? This is what we're going to see in this presentation. So, in covering halal requirements for different products categories, the concept of hazard analysis and critical control point, this is known in any food industry, known as HACCP, hazard analysis and critical control points. They are used to identify halal control points. So in non-Islamic countries, they use hazard analysis and critical control points. In halal, in Muslims, we use halal control points, or HCP. The objective here is not to replace HACCP with HCP, which addresses the food safety issue. The HACCP will still be there. It will address the food safety issue. But we will intervene in making sure that this safe food is safe, halal, and tayyib. So we complement the requirement of HACCP by adding the key points of halal compliance. This is the point. Now, halal control have been presented in the point of slaughtering the animal to the point of reaching the consumer. By using the guidelines provided here, the companies, the Bureau of Standards are encouraged to devise their own HCPs depending on the country environment and include them in their standard operating procedures as a self-compliance tool. But internationally, halal control point should be observed. By far, these products, we begin with meat and poultry products. By far, meat and poultry products are the most highly regulated segment of food in halal industry in regards to halal requirements. Out of the 5 prohibited food categories, 4 belong to these categories. Note this. Out of 5 prohibited food categories, according to Islam, prohibited food, 5 prohibited food, 5 belong to these categories. It is understood that what are the 5 prohibited food? Nama haram alaykum al-maytata. It is prohibited for you to eat dead meat. What? Dam. And what? And meat or pigs. Wama uhilla li ghairi ismillah. And what is, so 4 of the prohibited 5 food are found in this. Now it is understood that meat of an animal must be of halal species to be slaughtered as halal. So if you slaughter a pig with 1,000 bismillah, you slaughter a pig or a wieldy what hog that is wild, you say bismillah one, even if you are a great sheikh, before it is slaughtered is halal. Now the animal must be slaughtered by a sane adult Muslim. Now these are requirements. First, an animal must be halal, all right? That its species must be those of halal animals. Secondly, secondly, after the animal is halal animal, the animal must be slaughtered by a sane adult Muslim. But scholars say a sane Muslim. Even a child can slaughter an animal, so long as the child is a Muslim and sane. When slaughtering, the name of Allah must be mentioned. Bismillah. Someone in the chat room wrote, is just saying Bismillah enough to make the animal meat halal? I think the answer you will get from here. So the animal is halal. The who is slaughtering is a sane Muslim, and not according to Islam. There are those people who say, well, the condition is one should be just a Muslim, a sane Muslim, you know. And of course, being a practicing Muslim is an added advantage, because a Muslim who is drunk, he is drunk alcohol, and he is slaughtering an animal. Can we eat? We cannot eat. Because slaughtering is ibadah, and one cannot do ibadah when he is drunk. Allah says, Ya alladhina amanu, la takrabu salata wa antum sukara. O you who believe, do not come near to praying and when you are intoxicated by drinks, by alcohol. So we said eating halal is equal like praying. So one who is drunk should not slaughter animals. But we find in our abattoirs, in areas, places where animals are slaughtered, and those people who are doing the slaughtering, most of them, they go there even with a bottle of alcohol because the job is very tough. They begin at night when people are asleep. They're slaughtering animals. Those animals, some of them are, they're very stubborn. So someone drinks alcohol in order that someone should be sane. And being sane is by nature or being sane by not drinking alcohol. And then a sharp knife must be used to cut the throat in a manner that induces, cutting should be in a manner that induces thorough removal of blood and quick death. So it should be cut, and we shall show you how to do this so that those people who are dealing with Halal Bureau, they should make sure these are the points to be considered in Halal control points. Islam places great animals must be raised, transported, handled, held under human conditions, under halal conditions. For example, animals during the keeping of animals, and they are fed using food which is contaminated with haram. Those animals are not to be eaten by Muslims. And this now comes to the point of having what? Animal feed to be halal. The animal feed should be halal. For example, poultry. The chicken or those who eat from excrements of human being, feces of human being. And they are mixed with some materials and the animals are fed. An animal that eats from feces of a human being or feces of other animals is not to be eaten. It's known as al-jalala according to Islam. Al-jalala is an animal that eats on human feces, human excrements. The rule of Islam requires it to be kept isolated for some time before it can be slaughtered, whether it is a cow or it is a goat or a sheep or a chicken. However, taking proper treatment of animal is also considered to be part of Sharia of halal. Transporting it in a halal manner, handling it and keeping it under human condition, not in inhuman condition. So it is desirable it is undesirable in mishandling of animals, although mishandling of animals do not make the animals haram when they are slaughtered, but it is not desired. Another thing is during slaughtering, stunning of animals before non-religious slaughtering is generally accepted in USA and Canada and other Western countries, whereby the stunning of animal is regarded as non-lethal. What is stunning? Stunning is it is electrocuting the animal. You are applying electricity to the animal in order to demobilize the animal so that it cannot bring this kicking and so on when you are slaughtering. So this is used in the United States and Canada. They say non-lethal. There is an extent of voltage, severity of stunning usually kills the animal before bleeding. The shock, electric shock, kills the animal before bleeding, which makes it haram according to Islam, because an animal must be alive when it is being slaughtered. So if it is killed before slaughtering, what is the point of slaughtering? Moreover, dismembering, that is cutting of horns and ears and the lower legs, be avoided. And these are done mostly in abattoirs. They die, they are thrown into a container containing hot water for plucking the feathers. Is an Islamic. Although the animal will be halal to eat, wait, this was written in by Chaudhry in his book known as Halal Food Production in 1997. So using of electrocution, of stunning, is not allowed according to Islam. You stun the animal by giving it electric shock so that you can demobilize it. Now let's see the conditions and methods of slaughtering. This is now known as dhibh or dhabiha. We are talking about dhibh, Islamic slaughtering or dhabiha. Dhibh is a clearly defined method of killing an animal for the sole purpose of making it in a Sharia compliant manner. The word dhibh is an Arabic word which means purification or rendering something good or something to be wholesome. So dhibh method is also called zakat in Arabic, dhaka, which means purification or making something complete. The following condition must be followed for dhibh to meet the requirement of Sharia, that for dhibh to be halal. This Sharia requirement must be fully fulfilled, otherwise the slaughtered animal's meat becomes haram to eat or even to sell it. Because something is halal in haram in Islam is not only haram to eat. If it is haram, it is also haram to sell it. You cannot say I'm not eating, sell them. Selling of haram is also haram. So let's see the Sharia requirement of what? Of halal meat. Number one, the slaughter person. The slaughter person is what? We can see slaughter person and then slaughtering. Instrument and then slaughtering cat and then avoiding abominable acts. The abattoir is places where the animals are slaughtered. Now, the following acts are abominable when slaughtering an animal. We begin with slaughtering, things which should not be done. Number one, throwing the animal on the ground and pressing its head very hard. Completely severing the head from the neck. You should not cut the animal until you completely separate the head from the neck when slaughtering. It's not Islamic way of slaughtering. In this Islam, killing an animal by hitting it with a blunt object, it's also jihadika. It is not allowed. This is done mostly in Western countries, you know, in home especially. If they want to kill a pig, what they do is to hit it with a hammer. It's not allowed, even if a pig is haram in Islam. But if you take that method and kill an animal like that, a cow like that, or a goat or a sheep like that, it will be haram. Stunning animal or dismembering it while it is still convulsing from death pangs. Stunning, as we've said, electrocuting the animal before slaughtering is haram. And cutting the animal body parts before it dies is also haram. It is abominable also to slaughter an animal while others are watching. This is very important. You slaughter an animal in front of other animals. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam prohibited this because the animal which are before being slaughtered, they will be watching their counterpart being slaughtered. And animals also have got feelings. It's not only human being. So from the foregoing description, it's clear that both intention and precise of slaughtering are conditioned for how you slaughter an animal. The slaughtering an animal is meant to emphasize the sanctity of the pronouncing the basmala induces the feelings of tenderness to the compassion. Pronounce bismillah. We pronounce being messy because bismillah, it is Bismillah Rahman Rahim. So even if you say bismillah, it is enough. But it's known as Bismillah Rahman Rahim. So if Allah is Rahman Rahim, you will show compassion and mercy even when you are slaughtering. We said the slaughtering person should be a Muslim, a sane Muslim. You know, a non-Muslim, when he slaughters of their slaughtering, if it is what according to their religion, then Islam allows her to eat. The slaughtering instrument should be a knife, a sharp knife, which will cut once. Do not cut. Well, it will cut thrice at most. One, the forward, and the second, and the third one. The jugular vein. That major vein will cut. That is the artery, the main animal. So slaughtering instrument should be sharp. Then slaughtering cut, as I've said, is the cut which is in the neck, not back of the neck, the front of the neck, and should be 3 major ones and the smaller ones to complete the cutting. Slaughtering invocation number 4, Bismillah. Whether you say Bismillah Rahman Rahim, it is okay. Whether you add Bismillah Rahman Rahim, Allahu Akbar, it is okay. But if you add with Bismillah only, it's okay. Avoiding the abominable acts, the ones which we have explained here. Abominable acts are the ones which we have already explained here. Now, what are the benefits of halal slaughtering? The benefits of halal slaughtering is blood is a good media for germs. Germs are the ones carrying diseases. Bacteria, it is a good media for carrying bacteria from one part of the body to another. And toxins, these are poisonous substances. Therefore, the Muslim way of slaughtering is more hygiene, as most of the blood containing the germs, the bacteria, and toxins that are the cause of several diseases are eliminated by the blood gushing out. The meat slaughtered by Islamic way remains fresh. That is the second advantage, because it has no blood in it. It will not rot easily. So it remains fresh for a longer time due to deficiency of blood in the meat. The blood in the meat will attract the decomposing organisms. So it makes the grain fresh for a longer time compared to other methods of slaughtering. Now the fish, let's talk about fishes and seafood. To determine the acceptability of fish and seafood, one must understand the rules in different schools of Islamic jurisprudence, the rule of fiqh, as well as the cultural or urf of Muslims living in other parts of the world. Some group of Muslims do not consume fish without scales. There are fish without scales, such as a catfish, fish with no scales. But this is prohibited the Jews from eating. Every food was allowed to the Muslim, but except the food which the Jews, except the food which Jews themselves prohibited upon themselves before pronounced by the differences among Muslims about seafood, especially the mollusks. Mollusks are just like clams, the oysters, and the squids. Yet others do not eat crustaceans. The crustaceans are the shrimps, the lobsters, and the crabs. There are people who do not eat, but do not say it is haram. If you don't eat, it is according, you detest it. Do not announce it to be haram. So you have to understand what are the habits of people of various parts, especially Muslims. The requirements and restrictions apply not only to fish and seafood, but also to flavors as well as ingredients derived from such products. However, the general principle is that about the fishes and seafood, general principles are all kinds of seafoods are halal to eat. So all kinds of seafood are halal, because even dead fishes Even dead fishes in seawater are also halal. If you find a dead fish in seawater, you know, it is halal. But nowadays we should be careful because it can be dead because of what? Of pollution. So when there were the danger of pollution, the dead fish was allowed by Sharia to be eaten. Why? Because Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, sorry, he says, al-bahru tahuru ma'uhu wa hillu maitatuhu. Sea water is tahara. It can be used for wudu. And the dead organisms in the sea are also halal. This is a hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now look here, these are controversial fishes and seafood. Controversial to whom? To people. They are not haram. It's because somebody says, I do not eat this. You see the catfish is that on the left, the one like a snake, you know. That is a catfish. It has no scales. Most of the fishes have scales. This one is scaleless, no fish. It has got just skin. And some people say, I do not eat it, but it is halal according to Muslim. The catfish or dogfish, there is also dogfish. It is a species of this, is also halal. If you go to mollusks, mollusks are the gastropods, the bivalves, and the cephalopods. You get there, the class of gastropods, you have the snail. You know, snails are also halal as far as Islam is concerned. The slugs and the conches, the periwinkles and the sea slugs, you know, that these are mollusks. They are halal to be eaten. They should not be, you know, there is class cephalopods, but here now is cephalopoda. You got the octopus. The octopus is the got 8 arms. It is halal to be eaten. You got the squid. The squid also is halal. So it's got the tentacles. And you got the scallopods, the halal, the mussels are halal, and also the clams are halal. So these are type of controversial seafood, but they are halal. They are not haram as far as Islam is concerned. Now let's go to milk and eggs. Animals are also halal. So if the animal is haram to be eaten, its milk and its eggs are also haram. But predominantly, milk comes from cows, from goats, from camels, from sheep. And the eggs mostly come from hens, no, and ducks. So all these are halal. You know, there are guinea fowls. Guinea fowls also, eggs are halal. And the another one known as partridge. The partridge, this hen, it's also halal. It resembles the chicken at all. Now, all the other sources of milk and eggs are required to be labeled accordingly. So if you have meat, it should milk, it should be labeled cow milk. If it's eggs, it should be labeled properly. And numerous products are made from milk and eggs. And milk is used to make cheese, to make butter, to make cream. So milk from halal, cheese from halal milk, and butter from halal milk, and cream from halal milk, they're also halal. But a variety of enzymes are catalysts, are used in production of cheese, and types of enzymes used in making cheese. It's very important to know them if they're halal or haram. Now look here, if you say you don't eat pork, look here, these are the products which have got pork in them. You know, you can see them in the supermarkets and hypermarkets. These contains pork. Mostly they contain pork. And in Indonesia, there was an international case, international outrage over Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto was a company. It was using pork enzymes in halal food escalates. Food escalates, all these foods we eat, snacks, and they were putting enzymes out of pork stomach. So it was a case in Indonesia. The Ulama Council of Indonesia, you know, uncovered the EU illegal use of bactos cotton, which it began year 2000. So these they were using. Brother said in Afghanistan, they import products. So there should be ulama is vigilant, is the ulama of Indonesia, to make sure that the products are bought to make to uncover the halal, but the ingredients may make it haram. Now, enzymes can be halal or haram, depending on their source of origin. Many enzymes used in food and beverages, in brewing and cheese industry may come from haram sources. Maybe, for example, porcine enzymes that make from pork, from pigs, animals, are halal as well. However, an enzyme from a porcine source, from pork or non-halal slaughtered animals, are haram. Even a halal animal which is not slaughtered, depending on the enzymes used in the product, classified as halal or haram or questionable. So it can be halal, it can be haram, or it can be shubha. If it is questionable, the hadith of Rasulullah I mentioned earlier, you abstain from all the things which are questionable. Now, plants and vegetables, there is no big problem with plants and vegetables. Foods from plants are halal, with the exception of khamr, intoxicating drinks which are made from vegetables and plants, like beer and others are made from wheat, from barley. These are haram because they are made from halal plants, but they themselves are haram. In modern processing plants, however, animal or vegetable products might be processed in the same plant with the same equipment, So haram products are made in one industry and halal industry in the same industry, and they are made using the same equipment. This increases the chance of contamination of halal by haram products. For example, in some food can producing factories and also produces canned food from pork and canned beans. They are made from one From one industry, and they are made on shift basis. Maybe the morning shift, they were making what? They were making pork and canning them. In the evening they were canning meats, and in that night they were canning beans. But the same what? The same instrument. It is haram to eat beans or meat, even if they tell you it is halal, if it is coming from an industry which has got a mixture of products which are halal and haram. And this intentional inclusion of haram ingredients into plant and vegetable products may be rendering them haram. It is evident that processing age and production methods have to be carefully monitored to maintain halal status of vegetables. Now look here, these are the products which are made from pig here. Let's start from the right. Stearin for making chewing gum and candles. They are made also, some are made from what? From pig. You know the stearin? The covering of making chewing gum. So you do not eat until you are sure that this is not from pig. And the hair for artist brushes. Artist brushes hairs, like that one you see, they are very soft. They are also made from pig. There is also hearts from xenotransplantation. The xenotransplantation is plantation of heart into human being. A human being can be implanted with a heart from a pig because they resemble somehow. This is also haram. There is a rennet from cheese making. They are made also some from pig. They are haram. Gelatin used for drug capsules. There are also some from pig. They are haram. Insulin and ingredient for other medicines also. There are insulin from pig stomach. Insulin is found in the stomach of animals. Those from pig, they are haram. Ingredient for surgical satires like gloves and so on. There are also those made from pig and pig derivatives. They are haram. Fatty acids and glycerin used for matchboxes. There are also some made from pigs. They are haram. So we have to make sure, I'm not saying you don't buy all these things. I'm saying the Halal Bureau should keep watch on those products. Industrial lubricants, there are some made from pig also. Gelatin for marshmallows and photographic films. Some are made from pig, they are haram. Pet food, they are mixed with some ingredient from pig to make them palatable, like dogfish or those eaten by horses. And some that are nowadays being made into the food eaten by cow to make them attractive to eat. They are also haram. Linolene, these are just like a carpet-like objects which are put on the floors. Some are made from pig because pigs is resistant to heat in cold countries. There are also glycerin for explosives and antifreeze made from pig. Haram. Hides and skin for leather goods, especially leather bags for women. Most of them are made from pig skin. They are haram. Cutting oils they're using for cutting during grinding. There are some made from pigs. They're haram. Pig skin footballs. Play football like in football in America. They are haram. The porcupine balm dressing. Balm dressing when one is burnt. There are some which are made from the same string. Those who play music using violin. Some strings that are bone china. Bone china is a cup made out of bone. So they're using even pig's bone to make a cup, of which you say they're coming from China. They are so good. You buy them, you drink tea with them. They are haram. They are also phonograph records. The phonograph records are those who are using gramophone machines. They are also haram. Look how we are cycled with the haram products from non-Muslim countries. I think everyone is nodding his head after hearing all this. So let's see now food ingredients and halal production. The food ingredients. Food ingredients are the one of the main subjects of concern because they are added into what we eat today. Vegetable products, as mentioned earlier, are halal unless in the processing they make haram. They have been contaminated by haram in processing. They put ingredients in them. They are containing intoxicating in them. The substances are added there in vegetables, they will be haram. We have also discussed the requirements of animal slaughtering and types of food permitted for consumption. Now we discuss some of the commonly used ingredients such as gelatin, glycerin, emulsifiers, enzymes, alcohol, animal fat and protein, and flavors and flavoring. Now, most people like to put flavors. They add flavors. For example, there are many flavors in the beverage industry, maybe for flavor, but the flavors are made out of ingredients which are not by themselves natural. So here lies the danger. It comes now the importance of having Halal Certification Bureau in each country, as well as international Halal certification bodies to certify the Halal Bureau. Here, let's begin. Gelatin or gelatin. This is white colorless substance. If from halal, it will be halal. If it is not from, it is from haram anymore, it will be also haram. But some of the gelatin come from pig skin or cow skin or cattle bone or fish skin. So we have to accept it. We have to know this gelatin is from which source. If it is from pig, it will be haram. If from pig, it will be haram. So watch out for gelatin when you're using gelatin. Now glycerin. This helps to retain moisture in food. And also it prevents sugar to crystallize easily. So here, glycerin also may come from halal animal or from haram, should be watched out. Emulsifiers, they can come from halal or haram. If from vegetable sources, emulsifiers, they will be halal. If they are from halal slaughtered animals sources, they will also be halal. Enzymes, the enzymes are used in cheese and in starch industry, like in bread making, majority from animal source. Now there are also enzymes from microbial organisms. So mixed or animal-based enzymes are haram if they are not from halal. It's commonly used in food. You know, the known as OH group, hydroxyl group. If it is present even in fruits we eat, the one which makes the fruits to do what? To ripen. So if there is percent, scholars allow, listen, scholars allow 0.1% of alcohol in food and in what? In perfume. 0.1% means 1 out of 1,000 parts. This is considered to be an impurity. It is not considered to be alcohol. Haram is alcohol. So these are the, last but not least, is flavors. There are many flavors. No, they've got secret formulas, and therefore they should be also tested in the laboratory of the Halal Bureau to make sure that they are also halal. Now we go to see the control points, halal control points for meat and poultry. Watch out for this. Halal control points. If there are no halal control points, there are in any point halal guidelines were not followed, the animal will be haram even if it is halal. Number one is when the animal must be halal. The animal which are not halal are 0.2 should be made to animal when you are slaughtered them water. It is advisable to give the blood to be easy. The halal control point number 3: the animal must be slaughtered without stunning, electrocuting. Animal must be slaughtered without heating with something which is harming it. The animal must be alive at the time of slaughtering it, and it must die out of bleeding. The animal must die because of bleeding from the cut, from the slaughtering cut. Halal control point number 4: the knife must be cut, whether it is in the abattoir. There are those abattoirs whereby the knives are commanded, they're commanded automatically. So the animals are arranged, and then one knife is lowered using a machine like hydraulic, and animals maybe 5 or 10 they're slaughtered once. It is allowed, and then it will be bismillah. So the animal, the cutting knife should be sharp. Halal control point number 4. Halal control point number 5 is slaughtering. A person must be a Muslim, must be a sane person. You know, here even women can slaughter. Even a child, although it is sane and it knows to say sever the head completely. Halal control point number 6. It is post-slaughtering treatment. We will see them that after slaughtering, now the skinning and dismembering and then transporting it. So do not cut the limbs of animal before it dies. You know, this is post-slaughtering of animal. It is repeated here. Number 8, control point number 8 will be number 7, packaging and labeling. Now that is the most dangerous. How are they packaged? How are they labeled? How are they transported? Are they clean labels? Are they Sharia compliant labels? These are things to be considered as halal control points. Now you can summarize them here by this diagram. No halal animal, control point number 1, holding under human condition, control point number 2. This the presentation will be given to you. I'm not going to repeat it for the interest of time. It continues now, halal control points. After slaughtering, there is a halal control point number 8, post-slaughtering. Halal carcasses, hides and other parts, bones, you know, meat cuts, packaging and labeling, and then you finish with halal control point number 9. Now, for cold rooms now, we are going for cold rooms. I'm sorry here. No, this is prohibiting us. I'll remove it. For control room now, let's see what happens in the control room. The animal is now from abattoir. On the transportation, it was transported by the halal transporting vehicle. Now in the cold room, halal control point for the cold room. HCPCS1, in the control room, the storage room, the animal must be received by a Muslim inspector to check if it was not tempered on transit, because from the abattoir, from where the animal was slaughtered, a certificate of halal is given. And the transporting vehicle is also halal certified. It reaches to the store or cold room. A Muslim inspector should be there to see that the meat was not tampered on the way. Halal control point number 2 for storage in cold room is that only halal products must be stored in a room. Do not mix halal and haram products. Halal control point number 3 for cold rooms and stores, halal products must be loaded separately and checked by a Muslim. Now it is when you are taking them for sale point. They should be loaded separately and checked by Muslim. Do not load them into one truck, which is carrying also haram products. And halal control point for control and the store number 5, transported halal products must have halal certificate under a Muslim supervisor. Every truck transporting meat should have halal certificate and there should be a Muslim supervisor in that truck. You see, they can mix up along the way. This is how the Muslims must be careful what they eat. Halal control point number 6 for storage and control room is transporting must be halal labeled and issued with halal certificate. Transporting must be halal labeled. The meat should be halal labeled. You know, the meat, maybe it is a cow, it is stamped by halal on the meat. And control 7, point number 7, halal products for exported must be labeled so and issued with halal certificate when we are exporting. And here, this is a repetition of that first one. And we are going to finish with this final slide here. Final slide here shows how proper labeling of meat and poultry is done. Look here. This is in USA. It shows US inspected and passed by Department of Agriculture. Now this is per government regulation. But Muslim here now, certified halal, Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America, and even the telephone number is put there, and it is registered trustees. And what is inside it? It is gyros corns. Gyros corn, you see, made with zabiha halal meat. These are corns made with zabiha halal meat. And ingredients are shown there: beef, water, breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs here mean flour, water, salt, yeast. Also, it may contain pure vegetable shortening like soya beans and or cotton seed oil. Ammonium chloride, this is salt. Calcium propionate, soya protein concentrate, salt, monosodium glutamate, and natural spices, onions, and garlic. You show the ingredient inside so that one will be sure there is no ingredient which is haram. And here, still it is Olympia Food Industries Incorporated. This is the one which made this product. 5757 West 59th Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60638. And net weight is 40 lips. Keep frozen for institutional use only. You see, this is a proper labeling of a halal product, and it was done in the United States of America. And with these remarks, or with this proper labeling certification, Jazakumullahu khaira. And I am now ready to take your question. I'm sorry if I didn't meet your expectation, but al-kamalu lillah, only Allah is perfect. We are human beings, we got our weaknesses. Maybe in my explanation, I was not understood well, and this is my own weakness. Jazakumullahu khair. Any question?
Thank you so much, Brother Isa, for your time. And there is a question in the chat box that does the packaging material for the meat will require halal certification requirements?
Yes, even packaging, even the packaging material. We said there are those who come from vegetables, others come from animal, like used in candies. Some of them are made from pig ingredients. So even the material for packaging should be Sharia compliant, halal, I mean. So there is nothing not taken into consideration here. Even for the packing should be halal certified.
All right, thank you. There is another question that how octopus can be halal? Can you kindly please give a reference to the hadith you are quoting?
Octopus.
Yes, octopus.
Octopus, the hadith is I gave you. Al-halal al-bahru tahuru ma'uhu wa hilu maitatuhu. You know, the sea, the ocean, its water is tahara. And even dead animal, a dead organism which lives in water, except for one animal which scholars are controversial about it. It's known as khinzirul bahar. Khinzirul bahar, this is known as the sea pig. Because it has got qualification of pig, some scholars have disqualified it, say haram, but others say since the hadith says even a dead organism which was originally living in water is halal, therefore any organisms in the sea, in the ocean, or in the lake, those living in water, they are halal, except they are discovered. For example, snakes, you know, the sea snakes, they are not halal because they are snakes. So the octopus is halal as far as the Islamic law is concerned. In here, they call it poeza. Poeza, which prohibits it, because anything is halal is the one which is required to bring the evidence. So long as there is no evidence to claim octopus is haram, and there is no hadith, no, in these permissibility things. If Islamic law was to come to mention every organism, how can it be? The book could have been as voluminous maybe as a mountain. So the general rule is that animal living in water, they are halal, except they are declared to be haram. Like snake. Snake is haram wherever it lives, whether it lives in water or it lives wherever, it is haram. Jazakumullah khair.
All right, thank you. Someone is asking that sharks and whales are halal or haram.
What? Please repeat. Someone is asking.
Yes, someone is asking sharks and whales are halal or haram. Sir, did you got it? My question?
Oh, there is an issue with. No, I didn't get it well. Please, can you? Is it in the chat room? Maybe I can see it.
Yes, this is a question in the chat box. Someone is asking that sharks and whales are halal.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me put my VPN. It cut. It will accelerate my network. Okay.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question, sir. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Sir, maybe you talked about halal food certification. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't get something. So what exactly are the halal food certification SOPs and standards? For example, a firm or industry want to get halal food certification. What exactly is the procedure? Could you please briefly discuss about this SOPs and standards of halal food certification?
I'm sorry, my sound was disturbed a bit here. The quality was not good. I didn't hear your question well. Please, may you repeat?
Yes, sir.
the
Can you hear
question?
me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sir, for example, a firm or a company or industry want to be halal food certified. What exactly are the SOPs and standards or requirements of halal food certification if someone is applying for the certification? So what are the basic standards or requirements for the halal food for mostly for the small food firms or industries?
Yeah, now it depends on which country one is, but if it is a country, a company in a country, you know that it does not declare itself to be a halal bureau. There are international halal bureau bodies of which the person should apply in order to get recognition, and this will also it will also build the trust of the customer of that producer. So you'll have to align by a nearby halal bureau of another country, if in your country there is no halal. In that way, you get a certification yourself to be a halal bureau before you begin certifying others. So
Okay,
this
sir, got it.
should be the basic way. But
Yeah, got
as
it.
I have spoken here, you should have now knowledge about the halal. Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear, sir. I think this topic has to, it should be discussed in next presentation, I think. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your instructions.
I'm sorry. There will be ways of getting this in the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much, sir. There is another question that how can we inquire it from halal slaughtered beef or by stunning? Sir, there is a question in the chat box. Can you see the question?
How can we inquire? How can we know?
Yes. Can you see the chat box?
Yeah, I was looking at it. Let me. Okay, chat box. You want to know how can he know how to know that if this meat is being stunned or not? Is that the question?
Yes, yes.
I think that's the question. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you cannot ascertain if you do not have experience. But an animal which has been stunned and it died before being slaughtered, the blood in its meat will be there will be more blood in its meat. It will be bloody. It will be bloody red, because an animal which has been properly slaughtered, the blood gushes out, and there will be small blood remaining in the meat. So that shows the meat was properly slaughtered. But another way is by investigating at the abattoir. The abattoir is where the animals are being slaughtered, the place of slaughtering animals. So that's the importance of having the ulama who are conscious of what their people eat, or Muslim organizations conscious of what the Muslims eat. They will try to investigate from the abattoir how the animals are being slaughtered. Are they slaughtering with stunning or slaughtering without stunning? So by just looking at the meat, it is the quantity of blood in the meat which will give you an indication maybe this animal was stunned before it was slaughtered. Because if it was stunned and it died before slaughtering, it means the blood didn't come out and the blood will be in the meat. Yeah, there was a question, but shark is carnivorous. Then how do the halal? I'm unable to understand. Yes, eating another fishes. So they eat another fishes. They do not eat anything else. Even whales. Yeah, you know, they eat other fishes. So eating fish, eating another fish, the Prophet knew this. So when he was declaring that the animals or the organisms in the seas are halal to eat, he knew exactly that they were also carnivorous. So since there is no any Sharia basis of declaring sharks and carnivorous fishes that they are haram, we cannot declare them haram, because the general rule of the organism living they live half in the water and they live their time half in the water and they come out to feed at night. These are haram exactly now. So in halal slaughterhouse, are animals slaughtered one by one? Because mostly machines are used in the whole, I've explained this one. You know, you are required to slaughter maybe 2,000 cows. If you slaughter one by one, it will take a lot of time. So the scholars allow it. The animals can be laid, you know, using a mechanism. They are standing and then it's like a hydraulic way, like they twist a car in order to see what is underneath. So the animals will be lying facing the Qibla. And the knife will be arranged in a way that it is pressed there automatically, and the knife will cut all the animals, whether they are 10, they are 20 by one, but the person should invocate Bismillah. The only thing which differentiates it is that there is no Bismillah invocation. It's only use of the machine. The animals will be haram to be eaten. So there should be an operator of the machine which is operating the slaughtering machine with a knife to say Bismillah before the animal are slaughtered. This is the one which will make them halal. Another question, how can we differentiate between halal and haram meat at the time of cooking when the text is looking alike? No, now it's difficult. You know, separating or differentiating halal and haram meat should be done before the meat is cooked. And even you cannot even, by looking at it, you know that this is haram or halal. It can be similar. So it is following the process where the meat is slaughtered from the abattoir up to the transportation, up to the selling point. To say, so they will say Bismillah at one for all. All right, thank you, sir. Yes, they will say Bismillah when they are slaughtering more than one animal using the machine. They will say Bismillah. Any other question? Does halal food industry imply ISO 22000 safety food management standard? Yes, we talked about the international safety standards. They are also used for halal. So it's only not that you see there is halal label on it. You should look also for the ISO also there. The jurisdiction laws or the law of the country for food should still be there, but also we will have the halal guidelines on the labels. So yes, you follow the ISO 2200.
All right,
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Isa, for your excellency and the availability. Your presentation was very great and outstanding. I hope your remarks gave new ideas to our audience that will be fruitful for the years to come. You gave a very detailed answers to the questions. Hope so now the queries of the audience will be solved. We are very much optimistic to listen you again in the near future. Thank you so much. And on the behalf of Mr. Zubair Mughal, I would also like to thank you again.
Yeah, they were asking for presentation. I will share it with you, and you get the presentation you'll get from Al Huda, inshallah.
Yes, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, sure.
Dear participants, we have to take a break of 45 minutes so that now you can move and join the session again after 45 minutes. And again, I am repeating, the certificates will be awarded to those participants who will stay with us till end of the training. Thank you so much.
Mama Ja. Kemana tu chori au kau njala yanja vile ha.
slaughtering of the animal, and fourth part of this standard is related with the poultry slaughtering. Now we will discuss it. Let's start with the vocabulary section. So I am just opening the uh, PS 3733. This is the Pakistan standard for the halal food management system, and approximately all over the world, the different standards, including the DAC or the Saudi standard or the Turkish standard or the Malaysian standard, approximately 90% or 85% of these standards are similar, and that have not any discrimination or any type of the ambiguity in such type of the standard. So if you know about the overall the things that is relate with the halal food management system, so any type of the halal food management system you want to be learned, you can take it, and that is more or less similar. ISMIC is the organization that is working on it to elaborate single standard for all over the world, but it need to be some consensus on it. So let's start with the Pakistan Standard Halal Food Management System. Its vocabulary. Vocabulary is a section in which all type of the definitions is over here, and approximately all things are covered. Um, the terminologies that is relate in this section. So let's start with the Islamic laws, because the Sharia and the Islamic law is a term is generally used in the all type of the halal standards, and normally this standard is showing the Islamic law or the Sharia law that is related with the legislation derived from the Holy Quran and Sunnah. Basically the things that is performed by the Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the direct instructions given by the Allah in the format of the Holy Quran. So these are the two basic guidelines as given, and we take it as a Sharia laws or the Sharia or the Islamic laws. The definition of the Muslim, because when we talk about the halal standards implementation, the definition of Muslim must be known. So a person who believes the unity and oneness of the Almighty Allah. Second is the inerrancy of the Malaika, means angels or Farishte. All holy books and the Holy Quran as the last and unchanged book revealed by the Almighty Allah. The Holy Prophet Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam of Almighty, he is a prophet of the Holy Prophet, is a from the Allah. The absolute and the unqualified finality of the prophethood, the Islamic Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and does not believe in or recognize as a prophet or religious reformer any person who claimed to be prophet in any sense of the word or of any description whatsoever after Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the day of judgment. So basically, these are the basics for a Muslim. Such type of the things must be on belief for a person who declared himself as a Muslim, or he is counted to be as a Muslim. For a Muslim, it is obligatory to eat the food that is halal, and in all of the cases, halal food is required in norms, and haram things cannot be utilized in a regular manner, or it is not allowed in any case, or in a majority of the cases. So let's start with the halal. The things or the actions permitted by the law of Islam, means law of Islam means the Sharia, and we already have discussed that the law of Islam is extracted from the Quran and Sunnah. Tayyibat is highly important, because in most of the places in Quran where use the word halal, where it is also used the tayyibat. means وَكُلُوا مِمَّا رَزَقَكُمُ اللَّهُ حَلَالًا طَيِّبًا, means the things which you eat must be halal and tayyib. So the definition of tayyib is that the things that are intrinsically and naturally liked by the Muslims, and those are safe, delicious, pure, nutritious, and permitted as a law of Islam. So this is very important. A thing which is halal in its own sense, but it is not pure. We can say that that is not following the all of the hygienic rules, and their safety of that product is not mentioned, means that is not tayyib. So tayyibat is also important as halal is important, because four of the verses in Quran is directly related with the halal and tayyibat together. And when we talk about the haram, that things or the actions strictly prohibited by the law of Islam, and that is very important. If the things or the actions that is strictly prohibited, or the things which need to be stopped in any case, so the things are haram. Khabis. Khabis means the abominable, or the things which is in itself is not good, is not allowed for use as a food, or it cannot be applied on the body as cosmetics, or in any case. So the things that are abominable or intrinsically are naturally disliked by the Muslims, and those are prohibited by the law of Islam. For example, the different type of the insects, pests, or any other thing which is counted to be as khabis in their nature. And tahir is the term which basically opposite to the khabis. Tahir means the pak, and all the thing is neither najis in itself, nor is contaminated with a najis thing, that is tahir. A basic thing which we can find out, that is the important thing, is that when we talk about the halal and haram, halal and haram things is generally relate with the food. Anything which can be consumed and that can be digested inside of the stomach, or we take it from the mouth, that is counted as a halal or haram, or the things which inserted into the body. The concept is the halal and haram. And when we talk about its external application, means like the cosmetics or the things which is applied on the outer side of the body, that means we are talking about the najasat or tahir, means paki or napaki. This is a term is generally used. So when we talk about the najas, the things that is abominable in itself in Sharia point of view is contaminated with such substances. For example, the khamar, wine is the najas thing. Similarly, carrion, or the all types of the carrion species, in which including the sewer or something like that, and the discharge from the orifice of the human being, like influenza, or like saliva or something like that, or animal such as its urine, or the excreta, or blood, or vomit, or pus, or sperm, or ova, and any other thing that is extracted from that substances, so it is counted as it's a najis thing, and its derived or byproducts such substances, or coming in contact with the such substances, that all the things is counted as a najis. So the najis thing is sometimes you can say if it is inside the body, that is not najis, but when it comes outside the body, now it becomes a najis thing, and it is not allowed to be used as a food item, or it's for the edibility purpose, or it is applied on the outside of the body. A few things that is counted to be as a mashbu. Mashbu are the things that its status is not clear, that is doubtful, that is suspected, or it is the status is unclear. So whether the product is question is halal or haram, the things in between that, that the status is not clear. And a hadith is related to such type of the components where the status of if anything is not clear, that is halal or haram, that is counted as majbu, and most of the majbu need to be separated or avoided to be used. So the things which is clear, that is halal, and the things which that is clear is haram. Most of the things is in the world is counted to be as halal, means the things which is stopped from the Sharia law, you can easily tipped out in your fingers. For example, the sixth thing you can easily understand, that is clearly mentioned in the Quran, and it is also proven by the Hadith, that is clearly haram, and rest of the things is halal, and few things that status is not clear, so that is called the mujbu. So means it's all the things, approximately all the things, 90-95% of the things is halal, but few things which is unclear, which is declared as haram. So the rule of thumb is very clear. What is the rule of thumb? Rule of thumb is that A, B, C, D, I, S is ABC is. The meaning is that that's term. A is the term is used for the alcohol. B is blood. That is not allowed. It is haram. C is the carnivores animal, means who prey from their teeth, front teeth. Similarly, D is a dead animals, and I is immolated animals. Immolated animal means the animal is halal, but during the slaughtering process, and name of Allah is not call on the slaughtering, but any other person or anything is called on the at the time of the slaughtering. So its food is immolated. And as is the swine. Swine means all categories of the pig that is counted as a swine. So it is all the things are haram, and it's all ingredients of these such type of the thing is counted to be as haram. Similarly, the makruh. Makruh is means the prohibited or disliked in the law of Islam, and there are two categories of the makruh: makruh tahrimi and makruh tanzihi. The definition of makruh tahrimi, it is prohibited and disliked as per Islamic law, and is very close to haram. Means makruh tahrimi, if anything is to be declared, means it is really very close to the haram. And if it is makruh tanzihi, means it is disliked as per Islamic law and is close to the halal, but better to avoid it. So makruh tanzihi is close to the halal, and makruh tahrimi is close to the haram of any food item that we can declare that that is haram. The definition of the food. Food is basically any substance or any ingredient, whether processed, semi-processed, raw, which is intended for the consumption, includes drink, chewing gum, and the substances which has been used in the manufacturing, preparation, or treatment of food, but does not include in cosmetics or tobacco or substances ingredient used only as a drug. So the food is included that is directly related to used in such formats. Now this is very important thing. What are the halal products? Halal products are those counted to be as those products including food and drinks that is not limited to them, which is enlisted and allowed to be consumed as per Islamic Sharia law, which fulfill the basic following condition. And what are these conditions? Number one thing, the product or the ingredient do not contain any part or product of the animal that are non-halal, or the product of animal which are not slaughtered according to the law of Islam. This is very clear. If any type of the animal which is declared as a halal, means its halalness is ensured in the form of its life, but it's all the Islamic Sharia law need to be applied when it is to be slaughtered. And after that slaughtering, all the things that need to be clarified, that such type of the product or the things need to be clarified, that the animal exactly to be slaughtered according to the rule of Sharia. So their all the halal items can be utilized. The product does not contain any ingredient that are haram or najas. Any ingredient, for example, if a product is manufacturing by the 10 type of the ingredient, and one of them is declared as a haram. So all of the product which is made from such type of the thing is declared as a haram due to such type of the minor component or the ingredient that is using, just like additive. Normally additive quantity is not more than 0.2, zero point 0.3 or maximum 0.9%, because additive is counted to be as less than 1% in the whole recipe. So additive is haram. So overall 99 product or 99% of the product becomes haram due to such type of the thing. The product is safe and not harmful for the human health. This is very important because it is relate with the tayyibat, and it is also related with the halal thing. Halal thing must be used as a not harmful for the human body. The product is not prepared, processed, or manufactured using equipment contaminated with the things that are declared as a haram or najis. Sometimes the product is contaminated with the halal product, contaminated with the haram or najis thing. So it is all of the product becomes the haram. Halal product converted into the haram. The product or its ingredient do not contain any human part of their derivative, because the human part is counted to be as that is a component is highly very respectable. So you can say that due to its hurmat. So the product of any type of the product which is made by the human from human resource, that cannot be utilized as for the food, as a food or the as a ingredient. Similarly, during its preparation, processing, packaging, storage, or transportation of the product does not contain in contact with any haram or najis item that can be contaminated to the it. This is very important thing, because halal is not the name of a thing. It is a complete process. It's a complete thing that is started from the farm, and it's relate with up to your digestion process, means all the things in between that is included in it. Haram product relates with the haram product is totally reverse of the halal product, and haram product is included in it that is prohibited by the Islamic Sharia laws. And that contains the animal haram animals that we will discuss in the class 4. Halal animals that have not been slaughtered in compliance with the Sharia requirement, that is very important. For halal meat, the two requirements: the animal should be halal in itself, it's halal, and that halal animal required to be slaughtered according to the rule of Sharia, Islamic Sharia guideline. So these two things combined together, then the product or the meat is become halal. Otherwise, animal is halal, but the process of their slaughtering is not according to the Islamic Sharia law. The meat of that animal is not halal. So this is very important thing. Similarly, the haram products, including the 7 parts of any halal animal slaughtered in compliance with the Sharia law, means you have taken the animal who have declared that this is halal animal. Animal is slaughtered according to the rule of Sharia, and after that, its meat is halal, but 7 different parts of that halal animal is not halal. That is counted to be as haram. It is namely the blood. Blood cannot be utilized of any type of the halal Sharia compliant animal, slaughtering animal, because blood is not allowed. Similarly, urinary bladder, because it is khabis, or it is itself is very dirty thing. Similarly, gallbladder, gland, that is called hudud in Arabic, penis, testicle, and vulva. So these are the 7 different parts included in it. It is very common Islamic and people who is belonging to the and very strict to the Islamic rulings and Sharia rulings that generally don't know that is the testicles is haram, counted to be as a haram according to the PS 3733, because it's having a slight things is variable in a different school of thought, but according to the fiqh Hanfi, testicles is not allowed and it is counted to be as a haram. And normally the katakat is a product in Pakistan that generally eaten all over the Pakistan, and it's a basic ingredient that used for making of the katakat is the testicles of cow or goat. So that is not a good thing. It must be avoided. Those things that cause intoxication, such as wine or liquor, that is counted to be as haram. Things that harm the human body or intellect to such an extent as cannot be neglected. Things abominable to human being, for example, nasal secretion, insects, pest, or something like that. All human parts such as hair, nail, organs, or their derivatives, it is normally counted as a haram product. And the things that are najis, filthy things as per Sharia law, such as feces, urine. So such type of the things that is counted in the definition of the haram product. Now, what is the definition of the halal animal or the bird? Because that is very important. Sometimes people are very ambiguous about it, which type of the animals we counted as a halal or the haram. So the followings are considered to be as a halal animal, provided that are slaughtered according to the law of Islam. Domesticated animal, including the different type of the cattle, buffaloes, sheep, goat, camel, chicken, geese, ducks, or turkeys. These are called the domesticated animals or the birds, which generally include the halal. No predatory wild halal animals such as a deer, antelope, cameos, wild cattle. These are the wild animals, but these wild animals are counted to be as halal. Deer is halal, antelope is halal, cameos is halal, wild cattle is halal. So there is no issue in it. Similarly, the non-predatory birds such as pigeon, sparrow, quails. Quails is batir, and starlings, ostrich. That is halal. That no, is very delicious in taste. Only the in insects, grasshopper is excluded. It's counted to be as haram because according to the Sunnah, the only insect that is allowed for use as a food item, that is the locust, gerard or tiddy, that can be used as a food item. And another thing which is important relate with the halal animal that need to be slaughtered in Eid al-Adha. Basically, in Quran, four type of the animal can be allowed and that can be used for the slaughtering in at the occasion of the Eid al-Adha. That is called the Bahimatul Anam, and in including in it that is cow, goat. It's male and female both. Cow, goat, camel, and cow, goat, camel, and some any other, that is a sheep-like animals. So these are male and female is included. So it's normally restricted. If any other type of the animal you want to be slaughtered, that is not allowed. Like you want to slaughter the deer or wild cattle or something like that, so it is not allowed as for on the Eid al-Adha. Haram animal or the birds, that is declared haram animal or the birds. It's the Holy Quran and Sunnah including the following, but it is not limited as given in examples. Like pigs and its descendant, all type of its species included in it. that is related with the pigs. Similarly, the animals slaughtered in the name of or dedicated to anybody or any other thing then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it is really very important. And it is also seen that at the time of slaughtering, sometimes the slaughterman is in angry condition, or the animal is is very angry. So at that time, sometimes that slaughtermans drop down the animal, and without reciting the name of Allah, and that slaughtered out. So it is not a good practice, because in that case animal becomes haram. So it must be followed that each animal on their slaughtering need to be with the voice of Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, or Takbir. That is need to be required to dedicate this animal on its slaughtering to the Allah. Animals not slaughtered according to the Islamic law, that becomes the haram. Animals that died by themselves, like accidental or the natural death, that animal is halal, but its dying process is not according to the Islamic Sharia law. It is accidental or the natural death, so it becomes the animal is haram. Predatory animal that prey their target with their claws, canines, or tusks, so such type of the animal is counted to be as haram. An animal with the canine or tusk which are used to kill the prey, such as its example like bear, elephant, monkey, wolves, lion, tiger, panther, cats or cats-like animal, jackals, foxes, squirrel, martins, weasels, moles, crocodile, and alligator. So all these type of the animals is declared as a haram animal. And the predatory birds that prey their targets with sharp claws, such as hawks, falcon, eagle, vulture, raven, kites, owl, and other type of the predatory birds, including all type of the animals that is counted to be as a haram birds. Pests or venomous animals, for example, the rats, centipedes, scorpions, snake, wasps, mouse, and their other type of the similar animals. Animals which are considered as a repulsive, like lizard, snail, insects, and their larva stages, and other similar animals, that is also counted to be as a haram animal. Animals that are forbidden to be killed in Islam, such as a honeybee and hoopoe, donkey and mule is also counted to be as haram. Any ingredient derived from the haram animal, that is also as haram. It is not counted to be as a halal. Now the dead animal. Dead animal is in the term is generally used as the maita. Maita is means a dead animal. That is the animal which dead to itself, that is not to be slaughtered. Not slaughtering is not occurred according to the Islamic Sharia law. So that include the pieces cut from that animal before its slaughtering. That is not allowed. Means, for example, if any animal that is alive and you cut out their meat piece from from that animal, and that meat piece is used as for the food item, so that piece of meat is not allowed, because the animal, whole animal, is not slaughtered according to the Islamic Sharia law, and that piece of the meat is taken as its maita. Animal for which the name of Allah is not mentioned. Now, in the different cases of the dead animal, what type of the animals can be declared as the dead animals? So the animal for which the name of Allah is not mentioned, any type of the suffocated animal, like that is called the al-muqanniqa, that is suffocated animal. For example, in West, A very common practice is that the ducks or the pigs, for their quick death process, is that carbon dioxide or the nitrogen is to be filled in a chamber where all type of the animals and dead birds to be filled in a chamber, and the carbon dioxide gas or the nitrogen gas is filled out. And during that process, animals cannot able to take the oxygen, and they becomes suffocated, and after suffocation they becomes die. So it is not allowed. It is also counted to be as a dead animal. A fatally beaten animal, that is called the makuza. Al makuza, the animal which dies by beating process, that is not to be deal with the according to the halal Sharia practices. Similarly, the falling animal, if any animal that is al mutaradiyah. Al mutaradiyah is the animal which fallen from die after the falling from a high place or falling into a hole, and after that the animal is dying. So that animal dead without the Sharia process, Sharia slaughtering process. So that died animal is not counted to be as a halal animal. Butchered animal is the al-natiha, an animal which dies as a result of the butting, eaten by beast of a prey. The animal eaten by a beast of a prey or a predatory bird, those not marked for hunting, which dies before being slaughtered. Few type of the animals is classified as a makruh animal. Makruh is normally counted to be as a jalala animal, and jalala animals are makruh tarimi, that in which included halal animals that eats najas things, and whose meat as a result of eating najas things give bad smell. Similarly, the farmed halal animals which are intentionally or continually fed with the najas feed. So these are the things which normally be included in our daily life, that the makruh animals is maybe find out, because sometimes animals start some fleety things. For example, goat, male goat generally, if it is not you can say it's a khasi. So that times it started to drink their own urine, and it's smelled badly. And after their slaughtering, its meat also contains such type of its contaminant. So such type of the animal is counted as jalala, and its meat utilization is makruh. So that's why the jalala animals unlikened due to its safety, because it is not safe. Another very important thing, if any animal is looking jalala, so it can be converted into the halal through a process. If any animal is to be fed out, if it is big animal, so 30 days or 28 days required to give its clean water and pure food or park feed, so that after that utilization, all of the different type of its mm, uh, it- it's a different ingredient that had becomes the part of the body. It becomes to be cleaned out from its meat or its milk. So after that, that meat and their milk utilization becomes halal. So such type of the halal animals become makruh due to the jalala. Aquatic animal. Aquatic animals are those which live in water and cannot be survive outside, like fish. If you take it the fish out from the water, that become died. So all kind of the fishes are halal on the condition that they do not die their natural death in the water, Aquatic animal other than the fish are makruh tahrimi, and all poisonous aquatic animals are haram. So this is very important thing. Aquatic animals that is poisonous free, that is having a very clear sign and symptom that if that out of the water, so that cannot be survived. Amphibians are the animals that have ability to stay in both of the environment, like they can be that can be able to survive in the water, and as well as that can be survive in the on the ground in a dry place. So that's why the thing is counted to be as amphibians, like a frog or something like that. In case of insects, only locust is halal, and rest of the insects is haram. Zabah is a cutting of the animal from their neck, and it's four type of the vessels need to be cutted out, in which the trachea, esophagus, carotid artery, and jugular vein. So these four type of the vessels need to be required to cut with the wordings of Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, or any name of the Allah to be called on at the time of slaughtering, and some other requirements for the slaughtering process. So that process of the zabah is halal. Nahar is a term which generally relate with that animal that have a long neck, or the it's a process for the sacrificing of the animal in specific conditions, like in the case of the nahar, camel is accepted as a nahar in which the chest libba to cut, or long knife is inserted into its chest, so the blood comes out from that area. So such type of the slaughtering camel is only accepted by the nahar. Akhar is the slaughtering method that can be used for a specific condition of the wild halal animal. In previous cases, akhar is used like a arrow. Arrow is used to hunt any type of the animal which is in a wild condition. So such type of the akhar condition may be applied, and these akhar condition is normally used in such type of the cases. Food of plant origin. Plant and their products are halal except the intoxicating, poisonous, and haram, harmful, like opium or cocaine, and rest of the things which is not like that, and that is counted to be halal. A mushroom, all species of the mushrooms are halal, except those that are poisonous, intoxicating, or hazardous to the health. Natural minerals or and chemicals, it's approximately all type of the natural minerals and chemicals is allowed, and that can be used, and there have no issue except those who is poisonous, intoxicating, or hazardous to the health. And in the rest of the cases, if it is not found, then it is halal, there is no issue. In case of the genetically modified food, food and drinks of the product, or genetically modified organisms, or the genetically modified ingredients, if the case of the halal, if anything that is not ambiguous, other in case genetically modified, having the no issue of the halal. Microorganism is the microbial product is in it. Normally, the microorganism that the microbial product is counted to be as halal. Mostly, the microorganisms are halal, except those who was counted to be as a poisonous, intoxicating, or the hazardous to the health. Microbes which grow on a halal growth media are halal, and which grown on the haram growth media are haram. It is very clear which type of the media is utilizing for their growth. Microbial consumer product which use haram and najis material on its growth media in all production steps, like refreshing scale, pilot plant scale, and production stage are haram. Consumer product containing the microbial product which grow on non-halal media are haram. This is very important because consumer product containing the microbial product and its growth started on the non-halal media And because the media is sometimes too attached or to be growth, also contaminate the microbial contaminants, and that microbial contaminants act as the potential source for the haram things. Consumer product containing the microbial product shall be traced back to the initial growth media of the microbes. Microorganisms are halal except those that are poisonous and hazardous to the health, like the pathogenic organism or the toxicogenic organism. Microorganism or the product used in the food or food product shall be produced using the halal culture medium. So it is very clear the microorganisms and microbial product need to be halal. In case of the food additive means the substances not normally consumed. It is used in a really in a small counts, or it is very uh, very minute amount. So it is maybe taken from its any source. If they may be attacked or attached in the sense of the packaging material or any other thing that can be used. So the food additive counted to in a very small amount, but their usage as a non-halal food additive. So whole of the product is becomes haram. So it is very important. The food additive, in case of the food additive, that must be halal. When we talk about the feed additive intentionally added the ingredient not normally consumed as a feed by the any halal animal, whether or not if it has nutritious value, which affect the characteristic of the feed or the animal product. So it is need to be verified if anything which is giving to the animal, and that animal meat is required to be used as per the halal meat. So it must be careful for their be halal. Some prerequisites of program need to be checked in the processing, because this is a standard relate with the halal food management system. Means halalness of the product is mentioned or marked, and their tayyibat, or we can say that the hygienic conditions is also marked. So it's some prerequisite programs need to be checked, because it is very important when we talk about the prerequisite program. So number of organizations already fulfilling their different type of the practices, applying their different practices for producing a good quality of the product. For example, when we talk about the good agricultural practices, it's a prerequisite program for the halal, because the product is very good and halal, so its quality becomes very high. And the product is halal, but it's all other type of the prerequisite programs is not applied. Means such type of the product is not good. So good veterinary practice is very important. Good manufacturing practices, GMP. Good hygienic practices means GHP. Good production practices, that is called the GPP. Good distribution practices, GDP, and good trading practices, GTP. So these are different type of the prerequisite programs is attached with the halal. So it is very good if any company is already food safety management system is applying good manufacturing practices, HACCP is applying. So that is also a very good thing that supports the halal food management system program. Good manufacturing practices that relate with the good personal hygiene, environmental hygiene, and the food hygiene practices. Similarly, good hygiene practices is all the conditions is very safe for manufacturing of food and its consumption, and it's relevant to the halal or code of hygiene practices. Food safety is related with that the consumer is safe from that product that is eaten by them. Halal food safety policy means the management is committed to provide the halal and safe food. So the overall intention and direction of any organization related to the halal food safety is formally expressed by the top management, because top management requirement is must. If top management is not uh, liking, or top management is not interested, or top management is not serious regarding the halal policy, so the process cannot be achieved, or the halal food system cannot be managed. So that's why halal food policy must be directed from its top management. Food chain. Food chain is the all stages involved from farm to fork. All type of the things is involved, that is called the food chain. And the production of the food drinks, including primary production, harvesting, preparation, processing, packaging, storage, transportation, that all the things is combined together and count as a food chain system. And in the food chain system, halal chain is very important, and all stages involved, including but not limited to the primary production, preparation, processing, packaging, storage, transportation, distribution, and supply to the market as per Islamic law. That is called the halal chain. Means the thing that is involving in our normal food chain system, if it is relate with the halalness of a product, that relate with the halal chain system. Cold chain is all the product, whole the product is maintain its low temperature, and its temperature limit is not abused in any case from its production to the consumption. So that's why it is called the term cold chain. Effectiveness. Effectiveness means the extent to which the planned activities are realized and planned to the result achieved, and the end product that is finally to be produced by any processing area or any processing industry. Interested party or the stakeholder, that generally term is used for the stakeholder, means the decision or the activity that affected any organization or a person that can be affected. So that is the interested party. In case of the halal, the interested parties included the consumer as a single consumer that is utilizing that product. That is the interested party or the stakeholder in all over the chain. Lot is definitely a quantity of or a product produced or processed or packaged essentially under the same condition. That is called a lot or batch or something like that. Organization means a person or a group of the people that has its own function with responsibilities, authorities, and relationship to achieve its objectives. So it is called the organization. And infrastructure for any organization that have some type of the systematic facilities like equipment, services, and that they needed to organize their operation. So that is called the infrastructure. Management means the coordinated activities to direct and control any organizational system. So it is called the management. And the top management means the person or a group who directs and control an organization at the highest level. So it is called the top management. And the management system means a set of the interrelated or interacting elements of any organization to establish policies and objective and process to achieve those objectives. So it is called the management system. So the halal food management system is including all these things: top management, management system, managerial abilities, managerial system that need to required for implementation of the any type of the product to achieve its halalness. Very common definition of the competent authority. Competent authority means the official authority charged by the government. So it is called the competent authority that have powers to implement anything. That is called competent authority. Competent body means a body officially recognized and overseen by the competent authority, means competent authority giving there some powers to any person or any organization on behalf of that can activate all the system or to audit any premises. So it is called the competent body. And the competent person who work on behalf of the competent body means they have the knowledge, they have the training, they have the skills, they have the ability to perform assigned tasks, and who is subjected to required the specified by the competent authority. So this is called the competent person. Monitoring system. Monitoring system. Monitoring is to determine the status of the system of a process or an activity, and monitoring is applied during an activity and provides information for action within a specified time period. So it is called the monitoring. And the information means meaningful data. Gathering of the data is just called the data collection, but that data which gives any type of giving any mean or meaningful data, that is called the information, because through this information you can find out the trends, you can find out anything from that information. And the data is the facts or the things or any objective things, and that is called the data. Validation is the term which generally applied in a different type of these standards, and validation means obtaining evidences that control measures or contribution of control measures will be capable of effectively controlling the significant hazard or halal. In case of the halal standard, that is the hazard for the halal. And validation is applied prior to an activity and provides information about the capability of delivering intended results. So this is called the validation process. And the verification is the confirmation through the provision of the objective evidences, the things or the system is working perfectly. So it is called the verification. And verification is applied after an activity and provide information of a confirmation of conformity. Non-conformity is a definition that is any type of the standard where that is applying in any organization or anything, and you are just matching such type of the clause is of that standard is applying in this organization, but they are not fulfilling, means such things which is not applying or that is not fulfilling by that organization, means they are non-conform, they are not following that clauses, means non-fulfillment of a requirement. It is called the NC or non-conformity. In audit sense, its journal terminology is the NC. NC means the non-conformity. And the case of the conformity or the compliance means all the things, all the clauses which is including in any standard that is conform and applying in its true sense, that is called the compliant or the conformity. Feedback is a term which refers to the customer satisfaction and the opinion. That is not necessary the customer is the primary customer. It may be any organization or the sub-organization that is utilizing the ingredient or anything, and the comments and expression of the interest of a product. So it's the services or the complaint handling process must be defined. So feedback is necessary. Work environment, a set of the conditions under which work is performed, that is the work environment. And this work of environment is related with the physical, social, psychological, environmental factors, also including the temperature, lighting, recognition schemes, occupational stress, ergonomics, atmospheric composition. So many things that can be involved in the the work environment that is related with it. A term is objective. Objective is also relate with it the result to be achieved. Means if anything which you already have targeted, this type of the results need to be achieved. So means you are objective in your opinion, in your thinkings. So it is objectivity. An objective can be strategic, tactical, or operational things. In case of objective can relate with the different disciplines such as the halal, financial, health and safety, and environmental goals, and apply to the different levels such as the strategic, organization, wide project, product, process, or many things, or like halal management systems, including its aim, goals, and targets. So basically, objective anything or any path which required to achieve your goals. OPRP means the operational prerequisite programs. Operational prerequisite programs is a control measure or the combination of the control measures applied to prevent, eliminate a significant hazard or halal, where action, criteria, and measurement or observation enables effective control of the process or the product, means that is called the OPRP. Outsourcing, if anything which is external organization performs anything, that is called the outsource. It may be any function, any audit system, or anything. Auditing is a term is systematic and function dependent examination to determine whether activities related result comply with the plan objectives, and the performance is the measurable results, so it is called that the performance. Policy is the intention or any direction from any organization as formal expressed by its top management. It is called its policy. Uh, process. Process is the set of the interrelated interacting activities which transform inputs to the outputs. That is called the process. Input process that convert to the output of the process. Product is the output that is result of a process, that is the product. And services, output of an organization with at least one activity necessary to perform between the organization and the customer. And what is a customer? Customer is a person or any organization could does receive a product or a service that is intended for required by this person or organization. For example, consumer, client, end user, retailer, receiver of product service from an internal process beneficiary and purchaser. An output is a result of a process and requirement, the things which is required to organize, implement, or achieve anything. Statutory requirement, that is obligatory requirement specified by a legislative body. For example, in case of the process, in case of the normal food safety process, the different local authorities is working, like in Punjab Food Authority is working, in Sindh Food Authority working, KPK Authority working, in Balochistan Authority is working. So these are the regulatory requirement of any organization, that statutory requirement that need to be fulfilled according to their production. And the risk is the effect of the uncertainty, means something which may be out or maybe cause any type of the hazard. And significant of the hazard for the halal. Hazard for halal is identified through the hazard assessment, which need to be controlled by the control measures. Some type of the control measures required to control the hazard of halal. So its halal control points need to be verified or to be identified when halal food management system is applied, where it can be breach the halalness of any product in a processing system or in a receiving of any type of the component. Traceability, ability to follow the history, application, movement, and location of an object through the specified stage, production, processing, and distribution. That is called the traceability. Updates. Updates are immediate and planned activity to ensure application of the most recent information. That is called the updation or update. And the maintain means is to keep something ongoing, to keep in good condition. That's called the maintain. And retain is to keep something is retrievable, means retain. And grassing is progressive separation of the body of an animal into a carcass and the other edible and inedible parts. That means it is dressing. Cutting of the meat. Disease or defect is any abnormality affecting the safety or suitability of any product. Meat is the carcass material, fleshy material, that is called the meat of a halal animal. Hygiene is all the conditions and measures which have been already discussed through the good hygienic practices and many other things. Risk assessment is evaluation of the likelihood, severity of the adverse effect of the halal status or public health arising, for example, from the presence in food stuff of haram, majboo, additive, contaminants, residue, toxins, or microorganisms. So these are the risk assessments. Certification. Certification is a procedure by which official certification body or the officially recognized certification bodies provide written or equivalent assurance that food product or food product control system conform to requirement. So certification is a whole chain or is a whole inspection and auditing process where an organization is to be verified their systems are working or not. Inspection is the examination of food or system for control of food, raw materials, processing, distribution, and so many things that's relate with it. Systems. System is a set of interrelated or interacting elements. Strategy. A plan to achieve long-term or overall objectives, that is called the strategy. Contract is a binding of the agreement between the two organizations or a person. Involvement is a taking part in activity, event or situation. Top management is a person who is controlling the financial matters or directly control all the organizational matters. That is called the highest level or the top management system. Outsource means if any external organization is working for any organization, means that is outsourcing. Grade is the ranking process for achieving an object which satisfactory objective goals is achieved through this grading system. Objective evidence means the data supporting the existence or verity of the something. Like objective evidences can be obtained through the observation, measurement tests, or by other things or other means. Documentation is the write-up. Basically, that is a medium or it's contain the record, specification, procedure, document, drawing, report, or standards. And documented information means the formats on which you record the things, means documentation or the information. Competence means the application of the knowledge, skill, and behavior in performance. That is competence. And the training is a process of to provide and develop knowledge, skills, and behavior to meet the requirement. That is called the training. And the characteristics is the distinguished character or the features. Technical expert is the person who have the knowledge of a specific subject or the expertise to audit something or an or organization. Improvement is the activity to enhance the performance of any organization or any person or any other thing. So that is called the improvement. Continual improvement. Uh, these two terms normally people intermix, continual improvement and improvement. Continual improvement is a recurring activity to enhance the performance, means it is not the directly proportional, means you are working and you are getting the success. This is a directly proportional thing, but in all the cases, this is not true. It is just like a steer like structure. Like you will move directly proportional, then you will stay for a time, it's straight, then it becomes to the up. So this is called the continual improvement. Continual improvement and the continuous improvement, these are the things which is slightly different. Continual improvement is the step by step improvement, and the continuous improvement, you are started from its improvement and it's growing or it's a straight line curve. It is not possible in any organization to achieve the continuous improvement. That generally achieve the continual improvement. Preventive action to eliminate the cause of a potential non-conformity or other potential undesirable situations, that is called the preventive action. And the corrective action to eliminate or the cause of a non-conformity and prevent the recurrences. So it is called the corrective action. Correction is to eliminate any detected non-conformity is called the correction. So basically, these are all the things which relate with the halal food management system definitions. We discuss it, one of three definitions in it, and that is very important. If sometimes you not know any type of the terminology basics, so you can find out from this standard specifically for the halal. And you can see I'm the co-chair of this halal standard of PS3 733, because this is a new version, PS3 733 2019. So it is refining after time to time. It's working on it. So we are achieving the highest quality of this standard. We are just taking out 2-3 minutes break for starting the halal food management system part 2. This is the part 1. So before going to the part 2, I will just take the sip of water for the clearing of my throat, and after that, if you have any question regarding it, you can ask. Just give
Dear
me 2 minutes
participants,
break.
we are taking. Dear participants, if you have any question, you can freely ask. Dear participants, you can raise your hand and you can write your question in the chat box as well.
Yes, few questions is over here. First question is seaweeds like algae are halal or not? Yes, seaweeds, algae is halal, only except those that is containing any poisonous matter. Otherwise, algae have no issue. Kindly share this file. Yes, inshallah, we will share this document. No issue in it. Uh, Again, repeat the abbreviation of the ABCDIS. ABCDIS is a very common term, which basically for the learning purpose of the newcomers of the halal learners. So it's mean A is alcohol, B is blood, C is a carnivore animal, D is a dead animal, I is immolated animals, and S is for swine. Lecture about the aquatic animals. Aquatic animals we have already discussed. Fishes are halal. Yes, fishes are halal. Whereas previous lectures, Sir Isa told all the living things which are underwater are halal. Yes, underwater means aquatic animals. So aquatic animals are if the animal is amphibian, that is not halal. Admin, we can share this standard. There is, I think, no issue because they provide us for the learning purpose, for training purpose. So they allowed us. We can share this file for the for.
Sure, sir. We can share these slides with our audience.
यानी दो एनिमल्स जब आपस में एक दूसरे से इस तरह से टक्कर मारें तो उनकी वजह से अगर एनिमल मर जाता है उस टक्कर की वजह से उसको बटिंग कहते हैं यानी मींस फाइटिंग एनिमल्स. What is the difference between the validation and verification? Validate means something which is need to be required to apply according to their standards, means validating, and verification after it's applying, then it is rechecked its application is right or wrong, or if there any ambiguity in it, that is called the verification. I'm confused, except the fishes or other animals are halal. Basically, fish definition is very vast. That is not the meaning that have a single tail and a body and a mouth. Fish definition is a wider definition in which included many type of the animals. So it is it's a generic term when it is used in standards. If you found that fish in the sea, it is considered as halal. Mostly the requirement is the catching. The catched fish at the time of their catching, it need to be alive. So after that, that is become dead. It is halal, and the dead fish is catched in the form of a big school of shoaling. Means a lot of fishes collected, and in which a few fishes becomes dead, so that cannot be identified. So in that case, you cannot discriminate. Otherwise, the basic things is required. Need fish is alive at the time of catching. So I think all the questions in current discussion we have discussed the questions. How can we check that the gelatin and emulsifying additive is halal or haram? Gelatin is generally required the complete halal verification system because it is directly getting ingredient from the uh, cow or pig. So it is really very things which is very ambiguous. So that is need to be find out what is the source and how it is manufacturing. So it is very critical ingredient. So it's halal verified and certified product of the gelatin is required. So let's
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum assalam.
Sir, instance, I have a question. Session बहुत ही अच्छा, बहुत सी नई चीजें सीखने को मिली. Sir, I have a question, sir. I am working as a food technology expert at Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock here in Afghanistan. Sir, हम कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज जो स्मॉल फर्म्स हैं उनको हम evaluate करते हैं उनकी food safety के निगाह से. Sir, I have a question that what exactly are the SOPs and standards or the requirements of halal certification? एक तो ये कि मतलब उसको सर्टिफाई करना है, उसका पूरा प्रोसीजर होगा. मैंने एक मैनुअल डेवलप करना है, इसलिए ये क्वेश्चन मुझे बार बार आ रहा है कि हलाल जो सेफ्टी या हलाल जो फूड प्रोसेसिंग है उसके एसओपीज या उसका जो हम बोल सकते हैं रिक्वायरमेंट्स बेसिक्स क्या हो सकते हैं सर, इसमें थोड़ा सा ब्रीफ कर लेते हैं.
Thank you from Afghanistan, my brother. You are asking about the implication and implementation of these standards, how we can find out the system is working or not. So it's a detailed process, a complete requirement for this implementation. For example, the most important thing we are discussing about the standard. So this is standard if you are applying in any industry that need to be verified through the different type of the documentation. So when we discuss the part 2, you will again find out which documents are required, and these clauses have the requirement need verification at the time of the audit, this document, this document, this document. So a complete manual is required at one time, and their documentation is required at the time of the implementation. So you can apply the halal food management system in a very good way in any organization. So this is very important for any journal organization. Part 2 is highly important. So we are discussing part 2.
हेलो
That is yes, yes.
सर मैं थोड़ा सा क्लियर नहीं हूँ इसमें. मेरा मतलब ये था कि फॉर एग्जांपल वी मिनिस्ट्री आर डेवलपिंग मैनुअल्स फॉर द स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज. हमारे यहाँ ऐसी कोई फर्म बॉडी नहीं है जो मतलब इस सर्टिफिकेशन पे काम कर रही हो. तो हम जस्ट फार्मर्स को ना उनको अवेयरनेस के लिए जस्ट करना चाहते हैं कि हलाल फूड्स जो है ना उसकी एसओपी, तो इसके बारे में थोड़ी सी ब्रीफ अगर मैंने कहा कि हो जाए, या कोई आपके पास मटेरियल हो जो कि आप सेशन के बाद मेरे साथ शेयर कर सकते हैं अगर ज्यादा डिस्कशन डीप चली जाती है। अदरवाइज अगर कोई ऐसी मतलब सरसरी चीजें हैं तो आप अगर बता दें अगर आपके पास टाइम हो तो।
देखें, मैं आपको बिल्कुल इसमें क्लियर बताऊं, अगर आप जस्ट एसओपी चाह रहे हैं कि किस तरह से एक स्मॉल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को हलाल के ऊपर लेकर आना है, तो ये वाला जो अभी हम पढ़ेंगे ये उसी की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के ऊपर है।
ओके सर, देन ओके 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 ओके, टेक योर
इसमें ही सारी
टाइम,
चीजें कवर होंगी जो अब हम पढ़ रहे हैं।
टेक योर टाइम, टेक योर टाइम।
Thank you. Thank you. Now the part 2 is relate how any organization can implement the halal food management system in their premises, in their requirement for implementation of the halal. So this is the journal standard that is relate with any type of the thing which is not directly relating with the slaughtering of animal or the bird. Rest of the things is included, that is counted to be as the journal implementation of the standard, and that is called the PS 3733 2019 part 2. Normally the part 2 is having the scope that is relate, this standard can be relate or applied including the production, receiving, sorting, preparation, any type of the industry that relate with the food chain, that processing any type of the product, packaging, labeling, marking, controlling, handling, transportation, distribution, storage, marketing, and service of the halal food and its product based on the Islamic laws. So this is the scope of this standard part 2, and this standard shall be used together with the law of the Pakistan, including relevant standard and guideline for the local importer export purposes. So this is a very broad scope of this standard that is applied type of the standard. This is not just to theoretical basis. It is basically the applying in any small or large organization. It is not the specific, it's a generic type where you can apply it on the basis of their requirement. So the guideline of the application of this standard in all organization contain standard halal food certification rules where we can apply it. And so that's organization is required any plan, implement, operate, maintain, and update a halal food safety management system. And it's aimed to providing the product that are halal, safe for the consumer according to their intended use. So the demonstration of compliances with Sharia rules, demonstrate compliance with applicable statutory and regulatory food safety requirement, effective communication of the halal food issues to their suppliers, customer, and relevant interested parties to the food chain, ensure that the organization its stated halal food policy, and seek certification of its halal food management system by any certified body that is belonging to the PS 4992 2016 conformity assessment requirement. So this is the application. You can find out that all type of the organization can be covered that is related with the food, its packaging material, its normal processing, it's anything you want. Now the terms and definition which we have already discussed. So we are just going to the requirement. What are the requirement for any organization to maintain their structured as halal? So the requirement is a source of the halal food and drinks. Number one is the food or animal origin. So the requirement for any animal slaughtering process or the only animal origin that the standard is related to the part 3, but the requirement of the slaughtering is given in part 3 and part 4, and the requirement of the halal food is the fulfill the following condition. Number one thing, the food or its ingredient do not contain any part of the product of the animal that are non-halal, or product of the animal which are not slaughtered according to the law of Islam. That is very important. The things which is receiving from any animal origin, it must be Sharia compliant. A second important thing is the food does not contain any ingredient that declared as haram or najis. Means halal food can be processed in a processing line. The food is safe and not harmful for human health. Means the food having no any type of the harmfulness in its product. The food is not prepared, processed, or manufactured equipment contaminated with the haram or najis things. So this is very important. it must be processed according to the Islamic Sharia law. The food or its ingredient do not contain any human part or their derivative. We have already discussed that is a requirement of the halal food. During its preparation, processing, packaging, storage, or transportation, the food does not come in contact with the haram or najas thing. That is a basic requirement for controlling any premises or anything which is performing. And the definition of the haram food we have already discussed. That is prohibited by the Quran and Sunnah, and it's including the haram animal we have already discussed. That cannot be included in the halal product, and the ingredient cannot be act as a halal ingredient. So haram animal and its ingredient is totally haram. Halal animal that have not been slaughtered compliance with the Sharia requirement, it is also haram. Seven part of the halal animal we have already discussed in definition of this halal food requirement, means the blood, urinary bladder, gallbladder, glands, penis, testicles, and vulva. These are the seven parts of the halal animals that cannot be used in any type of the food item. Those things that cause intoxication, just like wine, liquor, beer, champagne, or something like that. Things that harm the human body or intellect to such an extent as cannot be neglected. That is very important. Things abominable to human being, for example, nasal secretion, insect, pest, or something like that, to in contact with the semi-processed, processed, or raw ingredient. So these type of the things make the halal food becomes haram. All human parts such as hair, nail, or and different organs and their derivatives is not allowed, and that is haram. Things that are najis, like filthy things as per Sharia law, like feces, urine, and something like that, that interconnected with the halal food, it converted into the haram. Now, what are the requirements for any type of the food or plant origin to ensure that it is to be halal or to make sure the halalness of that product? So the plants and their products are halal except the intoxicating, poisonous, and harmful like opium, cocaine, or wine-like things. Because in case of the plant origin, the major issue is the wine or alcoholic drinks formation, and something like that opium and cocaine like dry products that causes the intoxication or poisoning. Otherwise, most of the plant origin product is halal and having no issue in it. Mushrooms, all species of the mushrooms are halal except that are poisonous, intoxicating, or hazardous to the health. So mushroom is allowed, mushroom is halal, and mushroom having no impact on the human body except those that having the poison or intoxicating. Microorganism and microbial product, that already we have discussed in the definition of the microorganism and microbial product. So there is no need to discuss again. Natural minerals and chemicals, we have already discussed it. Beverages, yes, we have also discussed it. The non-alcoholic beverages are halal, except those that have the poisoning or the intoxicating or the hazardous to the health component. Non-alcoholic beverages, non-intoxicating properties, where synthetic or derived from natural sources. All intoxicating beverages derived from any source of haram. Alcoholic derived sources are haram, like the different type of the beverages which normally extract out from the fermentation, alcoholic fermentation process. So their status is also unclear. Alcoholic derived grapes, dates is najis and haram. Genetically modified, we have already discussed, there is no issue in its harmfulness, so that can be used. Intoxication or hazardous to the health, so it is counted in the same definition of the haram. Otherwise, genetically modified food is having no issue. If it is halal, then it is halal. The food additives having the same definition, feed and feed additive having the same definition, blood and other material, human or animal origin, have the same same things which we have already discussed. Milk and dairy product, milk and dairy products shall only be from halal sources using halal processes, like pig or such type of the animal, or donkey milk is using in the food, halal food items, so it is not possible. These type of the product make them haram. eggs and egg product. Eggs and egg product having the same rulings that is applied on the birds. The halal bird's egg is halal, and haram bird's eggs counted to be as haram. So the sourcing is important. Fish eggs are halal. Halal eggs shall be used as long as they are safe and to be consumed. Cereal and cereal product, fruit, vegetable and their product, sugar and confectionery product, approximately having no issue in it, and that is counted as a halal sources, that is halal. Honey and its byproduct, natural honey is halal. Beekeeping product like bee pollen, royal jelly derived from the excrements collected by the honeybee from the plants, that is declared as halal. The honeybee non-avoidable falling parts are negligible, like small legs or its wings or something like that included in the honey. So it is if it is in a minute quantity, so it is negligible and having no issue on the halalness of that honey. Dietary supplements. Dietary supplements shall be produced or originated from the halal sources using halal processes. So having no issue. Enzymes used as a raw material in processing and in different origins. If it is a source from the halal source, so it is counted as halal. And the source of the enzyme is not halal, means that enzyme is not halal. And that product make becomes haram. And the example of this enzyme I will share here on it. Cheese having no issue, but during manufacturing of the cheese, a rennet enzyme utilized, and the source of rennet is important. If the rennet source is animal origin, so that need to be required the halal certification. And if the rennet source is microbial, so having no issue. So cheese having the halal sourcing issue is very important due to the enzyme. Food service and facilities. All food service facilities halal to meet the following requirement. Number one thing, if they deal only those product and the product group and material which satisfy the provision of the clause 4, means all the things and definitions which we are discussing must be fulfilled as halal. If the tools and utensils used during the services and sale of the product are in total isolation and only be used for halal food, means that is not allowed to use for the haram products or serving for the haram products. If plant normally produce haram and najas, but intended to switch halal production, so it shall go through a complete cleaning process. Like according to the Islamic Sharia law, commencing the halal production, repetition is converting to the production of the haram and najas and back to the halal, that is not allowed. If in any premises here halal and haram production is going on, so it must be separated, and that cannot have any chances to contaminate or having any connection. This is not a good practice. A same plant is using for producing the haram product, and the same product is using for making the halal product. They shall not be allowed to serve alcohol beverages in their premises if any services is going to be halal, like restaurant or something like that. So it is not allowed. If any organization is allowing the alcohol, so they are not allowed to take the halal certification. No person shall be allowed to bring any haram or najas such as alcoholic beverages into the halal certified premises. This is not allowed. Clear signage shall be displayed in the restaurant stating that alcoholic beverages are not allowed on these premises. So alcoholic beverages not be used, stored, consumed, or brought onto any part of the halal certificate establishment for any reason whatsoever. Now, the important thing, the fourth part were related with the declaration. Which type of the food can be allowed for the certification of the halal. But when we talk about the processing, so the halal processing as a processes product ingredient are halal, it meets the following requirement. So the halal processing do not contain any sources that are haram or najas, do not contain anything, any quantity that is decreed as haram or najas. This is very important. shall be safe for human consumption. Prepared, processed, or manufactured using equipment and facilities that are free from contamination with haram or najis material. During its preparation, processing, packing, storage, or transportation shall be physically separated from any other food or substances. So now you can imagine when we talk about the halal certification, so it's a complete physical uh, auditing, physical checking of that premises. Either it's having any contamination or sourcing for the uh, uh, as we can say that there not any chance to contamination from their premises to convert any product from halal to haram, or its haram contaminants to include in the halal product. When we talk about the machinery, utensils, and production line, so the machinery, utensils, production lines used for processing halal shall not be made for any conditions, any materials that are decreed as haram or najis by Islamic law, and shall be used only for halal. In case of converting any processing line or contaminated by haram or najis product into halal production line, it shall be washed and cleaned as per Islamic law, because the paki and the taharat is a complete process. It's a hygiene and sanitary rules should be applied in the Islamic according to Islamic rulings. The paki need to be required. So the inline shall be operated for halal only. Repetition in converting the line to haram or najis back to the halal line, that is not allowed in case of the machinery and utensils. Oil, grease used in maintenance of the machines and services or in the devices that may come in contact with the product shall be food grade oil and shall not contain any ingredient that is haram or najis, because sometimes on a rolling pin or a rolling belt, uh, some type of the greasy material used for making operation easier. So that specifically that greasing material must be known that is food grade and it is free from any haram resourcing. Measure the testing devices used in process that can affect the integrity of the halal shall be properly maintained and calibrated. So this is a very important thing. Hygiene, sanitation, and food safety. Hygiene, sanitation, and food safety are prerequisites in the preparation of the halal product. Halal product shall be prepared, processed, packed, transported, and stored in such a manner that may be in compliance with the hygiene and sanitary requirement of the relevant standards. Appropriate cleaning methods shall be used as per the requirement, because hygiene is a very critical and crucial part in any organization that need to be required for fulfilling the halal. Appropriate cleaning methods shall be used as per the requirement. Chemical and material used in hygiene and sanitation shall not have any najis or decreed ingredient that make the product haram. Packaging material must be checked, because if it is najis or haram, that shall be prepared the product whole contaminated and the product becomes najis or haram. It shall be physically separated from any haram and najis material during its preparation, process, storage, and transportation. It shall not impart color, odor, toxicity, or any substances to the food, nor shall contain any material that are considered hazardous to the human health. The food contact material shall be food grade. This is very important, because if some type of the material, plastic material, need for its plasticization purpose to use some type of the greasing material or the additive that extracted from the pig sources. So it must be known the food grade material is treating or containing not any haram and ingredient that is including in it. Now this is very important. My brother who were asking that how we will implement in any organization, and which type of the documentations are required for halal implementation. So the management system documentation must be included. Number one thing, Documentation is statement of halal food policy from any organization related its objective, what they want to certify the halal, and what they have the concept of the halal food policy. Second important thing, the documented procedure and records required by this standard as mentioned in below clauses. Document need to organization to ensure effective development, implementation, updation of the halal food management system. Means first important thing is that the process flow from where your organization is starting from its raw material, how they will receive the raw material from your organization, how they will check, how they will find out its halalness, and how they will finally verify that this document is having no issue. So the process flow, and after that it's checking, and all of the ingredient that is using in manufacturing of the food, that required a complete list, and that complete list is to be checked out or researched from its suppliers or from its base organizations, what they are supplying, how they are making that product. So that's why this is very important. Now the documents needed for effective development and implementation. Control of records shall be established to provide the evidences of conformity to the requirement. For example, if you are receiving the halal food, halal meat, so who is the person is supplying? So if that is halal certified, no issue. If it is not halal certified, then third party or the you can say the witness audit is required from your organization will go and check the person who is supplying the meat, they are following the true way of the slaughtering process that is given in the PS 3733. If it is not, then you will change your supplier, or you will train until and unless they will follow all the clauses that is given in the standard. Documentation procedure shall be established to define the controls need for the storage, protection, retrieval, retention, and disposition of the records. Records shall remain legible, readily identifiable, and retrievable. That is very important. In which different type of the documents may be formed according to the requirement of the organization. For example, temperature checklist, because sometimes in cold storages, temperature abuse create some type of the product decretion, or the product becomes very smelly, and it cannot be able to use for the consumption of the food. uh, Human resources means the person carrying out activities having an impact on the halal food safety shall be competent Muslim, and shall have appropriate education, training, skill, and experience in Sharia, food technology, or the relevant field. So it is important for in any organization that is applying the halal, that must have a Sharia scholar that have that have a knowledge to implement the complete halal structure, or can guide in case of anything which may product becomes haram. And food technologists is required that have knowledge, can share in case of any ambiguity, but they have no any right to declare the things halal and haram. Halal and haram declaration is the domain of the Sharia expert. This is not the domain of the food technologist. Different halal control points need to be identified, and it must be controlled. So halal control points shall be established for halal production requirement for all product, where appropriate halal product shall be identified by suitable means throughout the product realization. The organization shall be established and apply a traceable system, and enables the identification of the product lots and their relation to the batches of the raw material processing and delivery records. The critical points especially related with the halal, shall identify incoming material from the immediate suppliers and their initial distribution route of the end product. So this is very important. Halal control point must be identified. For example, I am giving an example. You are receiving the wheat sample in an open cargo. For example, an open truck where wheat is filling, and your premises is receiving that wheat, and it's milled, and after that milling, it is packed into the small packages and supplying into the market. Now, the halal potential halal control point where can be applied at the time of the raw material resourcing or receiving. For example, if the open container or the open truck is supplying your the wheat sample, so possibly any animal decreed, for example, a bird is pissed out, or the waste material is incorporated into that open area, or where it is storing in an open place where pigeon or something like that, a sparrow or different type of the birds is coming, or the rats is present over there. They are generating the waste on their product, so it will create the product becomes halal to the haram due to such type of the nijis things that will create a certain potential things which make the product haram. So that's why such type of the halal control points need to be identified, and how that can be controlled you will define in your total records, how it will check it out. Emergency preparedness and response is very important. The top organization management shall establish, implement, and maintain the procedure, manage potential emergency situation and accidents can impact the halal management system. For example, 2 years back or 3 years back in Malaysia, a very well-known a chocolate making company to find out that have the mixing of any haram ingredient in that chocolate product, and that was the reason of the interchanging of the halal ingredient chocolate to the haram ingredient chocolate. And after that declaration, that organization to collect that all batches from the market due to its emergency situation. So such type of the emergency situation, what will be the procedure, how the top management will respond? Because in our society, if anything is declared that the product is haram, so the first comment from the industry is there. Oh, it's having a no problem, it's a accident, and if the things is in market, so it must be checked out, and we will careful for the next time. But right now we have any mechanism to take it back from the market. So these type of the excuses is not allowed. If you have the system, you must have the emergency preparedness and response, how you will respond out for such system. Similarly, the internal audit, the organization shall conduct an internal audit at a plant interval to determine whether the halal management system is working or not. Because the organization internal audit is not going, so that cannot be effectively to confirm their all the organizational approaches, organizational effectivity and implementation cannot be find out if their internal audit system is not strong. Management review policy should be there. Management review means a meeting where higher or the top management is over there, and halal management system planned activities to be checked, and if the things which need to be required for any interchanging or for required for implementation, or some type of the resources that are required for the betterment of the halal management system implication, or if the improvement is needed, so that management review meeting is required in that case. Improvement is two type: continual improvement, continuous improvement. Normally the continual improvement is required in the halal management system, and the quality policy, quality objective, audit result, analysis of the data, corrective and preventive action is taken in the management review meeting. That will shows that your organization regarding the halal management system and all other management systems improving or it is decreasing in their standards. Corrective actions. The organization shall take the actions to eliminate the cause of non-conformities in order to prevent the recurrences. Means if anything is going to be handled or it's the things is becomes problematic. So how you are maintaining it or you are applying it the corrective action, so shall be a appropriate action that need to be required or to removal of the non-conformity encountered, but that corrective action is applied to prevent next time such type of the thing cannot be happened. So these type of the preventive actions is taken from any organization. The things which is not at right time is not non-conformity is generating, but potential non-conformity may be generated in any case. So preventive action is giving a chance uh, anything which is the potential non-conformity can be generated, so it can be prevented out before its application. And the question validation and verification was also asked, how we will verify and validate in case of any method or in a case of any standard. So the verification shall be performed in accordance with the planned arrangement. Means you are going to perform anything to ensure that the output have met the input requirement. Means you are verifying the things, what you are giving its input and what you are receiving in output. So input and output the things is recorded and check that it means you are verifying the things, what you are giving and what you are receiving. And the validation shall be performed in according with the planned arrangement to ensure that the resulting product is capable of meeting the requirement for the specified application or intended use. Means you are validating something, verified something which you have already planned. Validation, you have already planned and ensure that the result product is capable of meeting all these things which you have already specified the application or the requirement. So what type of the method would use for verification and validation? Number one thing, objectively identified from the halal source of the food. It is free from any haram and najis component according on the risk-based approach. Third is the requirement of the slaughtering according to Islamic rules and law are fulfilled. So these are the validation and verifications are required. And different type of the method, tools, and the things you can be in their pocket to check that validate and verified such type of the things. Identification and traceability. The organization shall establish and apply a traceability system that enables the identification of the product lot and their relation to the batches of raw material processing and delivery records. Means you must have an identification system, because I have given an example of a well-known company who have a very strong identification and traceability system. And sometimes if the halal system is breached out, so you can identify and traceable those type of the material which have need to be recalled. Where appropriate, the halal food shall be identified suitable means throughout the entire product process. The halal product status shall be identified with respect to the monitoring and measurement requirement. Traceability is required. The product shall be controlled and unique identification and product shall be recorded. And the traceability record shall be maintained, because if you have not the traceability record, you cannot be called out any type of the product. Storage, display, service, and transport. Basically, these are the things relate with the marketing or something like that. Because storage, display, and service transport thing, all halal food that are stored and displayed, sold or served during the transport shall be categorized, identified, labeled, segregated from the haram and najis sources. And especially during the transportation, sometimes it is unclear if any cargo is moving. So sometimes a container also containing the halal product and the haram product, so it must be verified and check that the hygienically safe, its sanitation rules is to be met out. And especially the haram things should not be there in the premises where it is transporting. Packaging and labeling. In addition, the provision of the specified 1485, the labeling and packaging requirement is also over there. Packaging shall be in conformity with the conditions that the halal food shall be suitably packed using the packaging material that fulfill the clause number 8 that we have already discussed. Packaging process shall be carried out in a clean and hygienic manner and in sound sanitary conditions, controlled temperature that satisfies the safety and quality of the product. And the labeling is all halal products should be appropriately labeled so that they can be identified and differentiated from the non-halal products. The product name, sub-name shall not have resemblance with the haram. This is very important thing because sometimes the product name is highly matched with the haram things. So that type of the product name need to be revised or changed because of their ambiguity in their product labeling. Product using name or having sensory profile of a haram product like a rum flavor, pork flavor, hot dog shall not be halal certified, although ingredient use are halal, because it will create the sensitization of in the Muslim community. So that's why it is totally clear that such type of the labeling is not allowed on a halal certified product. For certain products that are sold without packaging, it is possible to mark the point of sale, so it is need to be packed. Each package shall be marked and inedibly or label shall be attached to the package of the following information like name, list of the ingredient, date of manufacturing, net content, trademark, something like that, and it's a GMO and halal mark and something like that. So this is all about the requirements in any organization that have the halal requirement and which type of the documents you needed. There are a lot of documents you can require from an organization, and you can minimally check that. So this is the basic thing which you need to be checked, and it's a complete procedure. Now we are opening for 2 to 3 minutes. If any person having question regarding this standard, so we can discuss over here.
Dear participants, you can ask your question freely. You can raise your hand. Sir, someone is asking that can you please elaborate the halal control points which are related to milk industry?
Regarding the
Milk industry.
milk, dairy milk. Okay,
Yes.
fine. For the milk industry, normally the halal checkpoints at the receiving stage, and especially on the receiving stage, that need to be checked. Some type of the ingredient that maybe comes from the on-ground situation. For example, if it is milking out from the hand, so that may be a chance of debris may be included in the milk, urine may be entered into the milk, so that is a halal control point at the receiving point. Similarly, at the time of receiving, must be checked different type of the additives sometimes to be added in the milk like formalin or like that. So it is a breach of the halalness of a product. After that, in during the processing, sometimes after 24-hour or the 8 hour or the 10 hours, the overall line of the packaging, for example, the tetra packing, the overall instrumentation and the overall linings need to be CIP, cleaning in place. So if the cleaning in place is not rightly performed, it will cause the issue of the microbial contamination that will cause the product becomes very harmful for the human health. So that's why this may also be a halal control point. So many things can be checkpoints of the halal. It is according to the process flow line. So it is a requirement when you are making a structured halal control. then it's a need to be first flow chart of an organization. Then you can find out what type of the halal control points, halal checkpoints can be applied.
All right, thank you. There is another question that how can we check that gelatin is halal or haram?
You cannot check the gelatin status halal or haram. It need to be verified from a third party certification, and it must be very careful in the halal certification process that the gelatin source must be halal. So that's why halal certified gelatin is required for further manufacturing of any type of the ingredient, any type of the processing in food. Second important thing is that a very expensive process. You can find out the status of the source of halal gelatin. For example, if it is made from the pork, so PCR technology can be used to find out the gelatin is from which source. Either it is from the pork or the hide cow or any other thing.
All right, thank you. Yes, Talat Mahmood, you can ask your question, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Sir, may I know how can we affiliated with this organization? If we start the new company in China for organization or company to certification for companies or restaurants, is it possible to affiliation or any? How can you help to us?
Basically, it's a complete management system process for establishing any organization, and another standard of Pakistan, it says standard, that is the requirement for halal certification organization requirement, that is called PS 4992, that enables any person or any organization to establish the halal certification company, where there what type of the requirements is over there. So you can find out in PS 4992, and the current standard PS 3733 that relates with the overall requirement, that you can establish the product is halal or haram. This is the difference. So if you want to establish the company, you must require to train on the PS 4992.
BS 499.
PS, Pakistan Standard 49992, 4992. That is applicable to establishing or organization of relate with the halal certification body.
I think there is no more question from our audience. So on the behalf of Halal Research Council and Mr. Mohammed Zubair Mughal, I want to place a very special thanks to you, Dr. Gufran Saeed, for the excellent coverage of our session. You showed your excellency in the Halal Food Management System PS 3733 2019. As you are our regular speaker and our audience always demand to listen you always and always eager to learn knowledge and skills from you. Your accent always attracts our audience. So thank you so much, and I hope our audience learned a lot and this session was too much fruitful for all. It's really honorable for us that you joined our session. Thank you so much, and yes, and I also appreciate our audience for their patience and collaboration. Have a good evening to all. Jazakallah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.